But eventually, do you get over on that?
Yeah.
Obviously, court's a style.
Right.
You talk about the court being relatively secretive,
Mm-hmm.
and so we can now kind of use this as the prosecutor.
Will be over in about 6 weeks, right? We are prepared to proceed. Mr. LaPrinzi, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. We would call Lieutenant Reedy to the stand.
Do you solemnly swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat. Once you're seated, if you'll remove your mask, make sure you speak into the microphone, keep your voice up so we can hear your testimony.
Good morning, sir. If you would just push that screen, it's forward. Note the whole thing, the whole arm moves. Yeah, there you go. That way the attorneys can see you and we can all see you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. If you would introduce yourself to the jury by telling them your full name and spell your last name for the record.
My name is Brandon Reedy, R-E-E-D-Y.
And how are you employed?
I work for the Akron Fire Department.
How long have you been with the Akron Fire Department?
Currently about 16 and a half years.
All right. And do you have what's your current title or rank?
I'm currently a lieutenant. I'm a company officer. That means on a daily basis I'm in charge of a piece of fire apparatus and 3 to 7 employees.
All right. And prior to working for the Akron Fire Department for the last 16 years,
16 and a half.
did you have any other firefighting experience?
I worked for Jackson Township Fire Department on a part-time basis about a year and a half prior to getting hired at Akron.
All right. And so that the jurors know, we've had prior firefighters come in and testify about the qualifications. So I'm going to have you just briefly tell us what training you went through in order to become a firefighter.
Akron puts all hires, whether they're certified or not, through a 15-week academy where they go over the state minimum training. The state will say that you need to dedicate X number of hours to a certain topic. Typically, if that was something they're doing on their own through university or a private charter, that would take about 8 weeks. Akron Fire does 15. That way you get more hands-on time and there's more repetition.
All right, so the state requires 8.
260 hours is what the state requires.
All right, but in order to be an Akron firefighter, you have to do 16.
Typically, I use 15 weeks or so. It's a sliding scale. I mean, once you meet the minimum standard, the state says you're good. Depending on what we have available as far as funding and time-wise, Akron goes between 12 and 15 weeks.
All right, and so you did that for the Akron. Did you also go through training for your prior
I did.
experience?
So I went through the 8-week training prior to that. Like I said, Akron, because they host their own fire academy, you may have a class that has 25% of people who are already certified, but they've never worked at Akron. So Akron puts everyone through the same thing, so there's some uniformity when you come out and you're done.
So you've had more than the minimum 8, you've had at least 20 weeks.
Of basic firefighting, yes.
Okay. So when you started with the Akron Fire Department, you initially were on I think you call it an apparatus?
So we use the term apparatus, truck, equipment, kind of interchangeably. An apparatus would be a fire truck or an ambulance. So we use like truck, equipment, apparatus somewhat interchangeably.
All right. And so currently you are now the responsible fireman, the lieutenant in charge of a particular piece of equipment.
Yes.
Which type of equipment are you in charge of?
So like right now, actually, I'm on what they call ops. So I'll float around. I'm kind of the substitute teacher. If people are off on vacation, I'll go in and float a different station.
All right. And how long have you been a lieutenant?
I've been a lieutenant for 6 years.
Okay. So let me direct your attention specifically back to April 18th, 2016. You were obviously working at that time as an Akron fireman, correct?
Yes.
And were you a lieutenant at that time?
I was a lieutenant. I was assigned to Station 6, so I was on Engine 6 that time.
And where is Station 6?
South Hawkins, I believe it's 1685 South Hawkins.
All right. Is that where you're currently stationed also?
My home base right now is Station 4, the headquarters Station 81 West Thornton. But depending again on staffing, I may be at Station 6, I may be at Station 13.
All right. So in April of 2016, you were at Station 6?
Correct.
On South Hawkins,
On a full-time basis.
on a full-time basis. And what was your assignment at that time?
I was a company officer for Station 6. At the time, Station 6 is what we call cross-manned, so or cross-staffed. We would have 4 people on the engine, and then the ambulance would have 4 people on it as well. So if the ambulance went on a call, all 4 personnel would hop on the ambulance, and the engine would be there with no one to get on it.
All right. And so not only you're a fireman, you're an EMT also?
Paramedic, yes.
Okay. On that particular occasion, April 18th, 2016, were you working?
Yes.
Which shift, or how do you guys work shifts?
So we divide the shifts into 3 line personnel shifts, the A shift, B shift, and C shift. We work a 24-hour shift, and then rotate off for 48 hours. The A, B, or C just kind of notes a way to track it.
Okay. And so you work 24 hours, and do the shifts all start at the same time?
Correct. The shift starts at 7:30 in the morning. We work 24 hours, and we leave the next day at 7:30 in the morning.
All right. So on April 17th, you would have started at 7:30 in the morning if you were working April 18th at
Correct.
2 or 3 o'clock in the morning? Okay. And what, do you remember the particular equipment you were working on that occasion?
So we had engine 6, our normal frontline engine, and we had a med unit at the station as well.
And what was the second thing you said?
Ambulance.
Oh, an ambulance, okay. And so what type of, you said an engine, what's that, how does that differ from your other equipment, like, a ladder?
Okay, so I mean, in the fire service, there's 2 basic types of trucks. There's an engine that carries water and hose, and then there's a fire truck or the ladder truck that has ladders and the big ladder on top. They're kind of broken down on job responsibilities. The engine, having water and hose, is primarily responsible for fire suppression. The ladder truck, because they don't have water or hose, they do search and rescue, they control utilities, they put ladders up, and they do all of the other functions.
So the equipment you were on that occasion was fighting the fire, suppressing?
Correct. Fire suppression.
Do you recall on that occasion of April 18th, 2016, having to go on a call?
Yes.
What time would you have gotten that call?
Approximately 3:40. If you have the dispatch notes, I can give you an exact time.
Yes. Oops. Is that what you were asking for?
Yes, sir. So the call, we were initially dispatched, which means the tone came across the PA at 3:40 in the morning.
And that is the tone you talked about, that comes into the fire station?
Correct. So I mean, the process is, I mean, someone dials 911, someone in dispatch answers, gets the information, relays it to a dispatcher, and the dispatcher notifies us.
All right, and that's by a tone?
Yeah, there'll be an audible alarm, and then the dispatcher come across, they read off the address, the nature of the call, and any information they may have at the time.
So you said they came in around 3:40,
Correct.
and how long, is there a standard amount of time that your unit then takes or is, required to get ready in time to leave?
So the national standard for turnout time from the time the dispatch call comes in until we leave the station is approximately 1 minute.
All right, and is that pretty much followed routinely with the Akron Fire Department?
Yes.
All right. So I know you were probably not timing yourself during this occasion, but is there any reason to think that you weren't just on your way within that minute or so?
No, if you look at the times, it's a little skewed because since it's a voice dispatch system, you can't talk on the radio and while the dispatchers are talking. So when we got dispatched and we started going en route, they received multiple calls, so they upgraded the call. So the notes kind of reflect that like 3:41, there's a second tone going out for more units. So we would have been en route then, we just couldn't respond back.
Okay, and so you said that there was another tone for more units. So how does that work?
So typically, the first call, if it doesn't, depending on how the caller sounds, dispatch dispatch it as like a house fire 1 or a house fire 2. And each classification is kind of a preset number of units dispatched. When they start getting multiple calls, people calling with the same fire in the same area, it upgrades to a house fire 2 and they add more units.
All right, so that means a 2 would be more serious, more equipment needed.
Yes,
All right, and so this was that occasion.
correct.
So you're on your way. Do you know what time you would have arrived on scene?
We arrived on scene at 3:44.
All right, and that's 3:44 a.m.
Correct.
All right, or military time.
Yes.
What address did you go? What address did you get dispatched to?
I believe it's 719 Fultz.
And is that in the city of Akron, Summit County, Ohio?
Yes, sir.
All right. I am going to show you some slides here from State's Exhibit 37, which was previously identified by Ellis Polk. I'm going to show you slide number 2. Do you recognize this?
Can I adjust
Oh,
this?
yeah, I'm sorry. Now you can turn it towards you.
Okay. Yeah, that's the address or the street sign for Fultz and Hillcrest.
All right, so that would be the intersection.
Closest to the house was on fire.
All right, so do you see that house behind the sign?
I do?
Do you recognize that house at all? If you don't, that's okay.
I do not.
All right. So moving, slide number 3 of 21, slide number 3 of State's Exhibit 37 is a title page indicating the exterior of 719 Fultz, okay?
Okay.
So we're going to go now to slide 4. Do you recognize this?
I do.
And that slide also identifies slide D, I believe, in the lower right corner. What is that?
That is a picture of 719 Fultz after the fire has been put out. That'd be the approximate view that we had when we arrived on scene. You can see the front side of the building. In our terminology, we use Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, and Delta to kind of segment off which side of the building it is. Right, left, front doesn't work really well when you're inside the building. If I'm talking to someone on the inside and I say left, they may be facing a different direction, so we use Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, and Delta, with Alpha being the front of the house.
So right now, the front of the house we're looking at is the Alpha side, correct?
Correct.
All right, and you said this was clearly after the fire had been put out?
Yeah, obviously there's no flame, but you can also see people on the inside, and we don't have their air packs on. If the house was actually actively burning, then it'd be hot and there'd be poisonous gases, and they'd be wearing their air packs.
I see. So let me show you what's been previously identified as State's Exhibit number 16. Okay. I know that there's a glare, but can you see that?
I can see it.
And you've seen this prior to this scene
Yes.
here now. Do you recognize this?
719 Fultz.
All right. And how do you recognize that?
It's a rough approximation of what we saw pulling up. Our view would be from the opposite direction. We were coming down Fultz. That picture appears to be being taken going up Fultz.
All right. And so in this photograph, since you said your view initially was from the other direction, did you have an opportunity to compare this to the pictures of the known pictures of the dress you saw and fought the fire?
Correct.
Okay. So when you arrived on the scene, and if you need to, right in front of you, on next to the microphone is a pointer.
Okay.
You push the button on that pointer, there should be a green dot that
Yes.
shows up. If you can, show us what direction you arrived on scene.
So Station 6 would have been to the upper right of this picture. So we came up Moore Street, came down East Avenue here, and turned down Fultz.
All right. Now, was there some issues with getting closer to the house initially?
So when we first pulled up, there was a power line down in the front yard. From where it attaches to the house, because of the bulk of the fire, that had burned away, dropping the lines into the front yard, burning off the coating, so they were actually sparking in the front yard.
All right. And so that power line was live?
Correct.
And it was across the street?
It was across the street, and it kind of bisected the front yard here.
Okay. And
So it kind of limited our operations to the left-hand side of the building.
all right. And so did another unit come the other direction?
Correct. Engine 4 came up from Fulton Street approximately this way.
All right. And does that hinder your ability to fight a fire?
It does. I mean, typically we like to have access to all four sides. The initial truck will usually be the one that pull the hose lines off of. So it kind of bisects the yard, prevents engine 6 from going to that side of the yard. It also limits how close we can get to it. I mean, water and electricity don't mix. And even a power line on the ground on dirt, the electricity can travel through the dirt depending on how the moisture content, and we're throwing water at the house, so we still have to kind of maintain like a 20-foot distance from that line.
And when you arrived at the house, can you describe how I guess, engulfed it was?
So there was pretty heavy fire involvement from the alpha side, the front porch area. We could see it burning under the porch, and kind of just saw in that picture, it was rolling outside the porch. When we had arrived, though, it was actually a little bit worse, and it's kind of burning up the outside structure of the alpha side.
All right, and I want to just, unfortunately, go back to this other picture here for a second. So when we look at this picture and see this area right here,
Correct.
is that the house or is it?
That's the house next door. It's kind of hard to see, but if you look at the edge of the flame, you can kind of see where it curves. That's where it's rolling out from underneath the porch. The decking of the porch allows it to roll out and over. Kind of on the right-hand side of the picture, you can see the tall part of the flame too.
Now, I believe, Judge, can he draw on that as it is now?
He can.
So you can actually, with your finger, draw.
Okay.
Up in the right-hand corner, up top, sorry, should be. You may have to allow for. Let's see, oh, there we go. Oh, yep, and then from there should be a highlighter
Okay.
or on the,
Right.
I think that, yeah.
So the roof line is going to roughly be this general area right there. The portion next to it that you're indicating is another house.
Okay. So from this picture, when you arrived, was it more or less engulfed than you see in this picture?
There is more.
Okay. Now, of course, this is on the...
From the opposite direction.
All right. So you arrive on scene, and when you arrive on the scene,
Lieutenant, so hit that, and then there's a clear all button. There you go. Thank you.
You're welcome.
and after the fire was over, and just because I wanted, while we still have this picture up, were you able to observe the delta side of the house?
Yes.
Or the right side of the house? And was there a door on that right side?
Yes.
And could you point to where you believe in this photograph that door would have been?
The door will be roughly over in here, I believe. It's kind of hard to tell spatial relationships, but it was kind of on the driveway side. There was a red fence around it, kind of leading into the entrance.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir.
And is this, poster board up here have a march or something that he's referred to already?
Oh, yes, that is 12.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so back to our slides of State's Exhibit number 37. When you get there, you showed us which direction you come. What's the first thing you guys do?
The first thing I do as a company officer is I give a size up, I report on scene, I get on the radio and report what kind of conditions we have, and then we kind of denote what we're going to do, what type of measure we're going to take to attack the fire. On this fire, we took a blitz attack. So what that means is typically on a normal fire where it's smaller, we take the hose line in initially and put the fire out immediately. Because the bulk of the fire that was occurring, it's not safe for us to make entry. We have a pre-plumbed waterway on our truck, kind of like a turret almost, that doesn't involve stretching hose line. It flows a large volume of water. So we chose to implement a blitz attack, trying to knock down the amount of fire, so that way we could pull the hoses off and make an interior attack.
All right, and when you're dispatched, are you made aware of whether there's individuals inside the house or not?
Typically, yes,
And were you on this occasion?
we were.
And so when you arrive, why don't you just all jump off the truck and run inside to save these people?
So again, obviously with the bulk of the fire, it's pretty massive. Our turnout gear protects us some from heat, but it's not flame proof. Typically the outside shell of your turnout gear is about 900 degrees it's rated to. The plastic face piece on your SBA is about 400 degrees. Open free burning flame like that's about 1200 degrees. We would go in and pretty much immediately be compromised.
All right. So at that point in time, you got to suppress the fire to some degree in order to even get inside.
Correct.
All right. And that's what you said you did with the blitz attack?
Yes, the blitz attack is just, it's supposed to be a rapid way to bring a large volume of water onto the fire to cool it and put the flames out.
All right. And so is there a point in time where you believe you can get into these houses? How do you determine that?
So it's kind of a judgment call based on what you're seeing on scene. With this fire, because it kind of spread so intensively inside the structure, we blitz attacked it, we dumped our tank on it. The engines in Akron carry 500 gallons of water on the truck. That way we don't need to immediately hook up to a hydrant. It gives us some time to get water on the fire quickly. So we did the blitz attack, we dumped our tank on it. I believe engine 4 did as well. We hooked up to a hydrant. Again, that was hindered because we had to go kind of out and around the down power line. At that time when we had water again, there was still a lot of fire on the back half of the structure. So we didn't have access again to the door on the Delta side. So we took hose lines, as you can kind of see in this picture, down the Bravo side, and we're spraying windows, second floor window on the front, and then the kind of bay window you see on the Bravo side.
And I'm not sure if you had saved this or not. Were you and your unit the first on the scene?
Correct.
Okay. So once the other, well, and I should ask you, what other equipment showed up that day?
So engine 6 was first on scene. Engine 4 coming up the hill showed up approximately about a minute and a half later. Behind engine 4 would have been ladder 4. And then other apparatus showed up, tower 10, and then kind of gets cut off here, but there are other apparatus on scene.
All right. So within a minute and a half, you had an engine that was fighting the fire on the
Delta side.
The Delta side and the B side.
Correct.
Showing you slide 5 or letter E of State's Exhibit 37. What is this?
It's the Bravo side. It's kind of where our operations were limited to at first. You can kind of see how the fire burned up the Bravo side and towards the roof line. We also had a decent amount of fire on the inside of this back corner. Back in here would have been the living room. Most of the building construction in Akron is pretty similar. You have a bay window like that. 99% of the time it's a dining room. There is a decent bulk of fire in there as well. We're spraying water in there too.
All right, and we'll get to some photos there. Showing you now slide 6 or letter F of State's Exhibit 37. And this would again be a similar photograph.
And in this photo you can kind of see where the power line is down in the front yard. By this time I believe Edison was on scene and had disconnected the power.
Okay. And actually in this photograph, you can see some lights on the inside of the house. Is that what that is?
Yeah, referencing the top left corner of the home?
Yeah, I guess I'm not. I thought my marker was showing, but it's not. Yes.
So, roughly here?
Right.
That would have been firefighters inside the structure.
All right. So that's how badly it was burned that you can actually see people inside through the walls.
Correct.
And there, I think, is a more close-up view. Is that fair?
Yes.
And this area here looks to be completely open. What would that area have been?
That would have been where the porch roof was attached.
And that's slide 7 of State's 37. And going now to slide 8, what are we looking at here?
You're looking at the alpha side, alpha delta corner. That would be typically the front door. You can see the railing there, and you can see the remnants of the porch after it collapsed.
All right. And slide 9.
Just a view of the Alpha side. Again, you can kind of see the amount of fire damage at the front door, on the front side of the house, and then the opening into the second floor.
All right. And slide 10.
This Alpha Delta corner, you can see there's a hose line going into the second floor from the outside, and you can see a firefighter down by the door on the Delta side.
Now, when you went in, did you actually go into the house yourself?
Eventually, later on in the incident.
All right. And so you were able then to see the insides of this house?
Correct.
And then slide number 11, what is this?
That was the door previously referenced on the Delta side.
Okay. And do you, hold on, I can't see it. Above that door, it seems to be some discoloration between the door and the window where the fireman is standing.
Yes.
What is that?
It's heat damage. The aluminum's painted. As it gets warm, the paint starts to wear off. So you can kind of see a pretty sharp delineation where the heat plume came up and out. It may not have been active flame because everything has a temperature where it burns. 1 degree below that, it's still super hot. It's just not actually burning.
All right. And so why would we see a discoloration above the door as opposed to the left or the right of the door?
I mean, heat comes out and rises up. It kind of makes a weird pattern. Typically it would be a V-ish. There may have been some other factors in play here that kind of made it go to the left a little bit.
And now going to slide 12, what are we looking at here?
That would be the Charlie Delta corner, the right side in the back.
And slide 13?
That would be a close-up view of that side door and the hose line going into it.
All right. And inside there, what do we see? I see the hose, and there appears to be some steps.
Some steps. Again, if I had to guess, just based off my prior experience, you have steps to the left of the basement. You have about 3 or 4 steps up to a landing. You make a right, and you're going to end up in the kitchen.
All right. And slide 14?
That would be the kitchen.
Okay. Slide 15?
I'm not sure exactly where that'd be located in the structure, but that's the inside of it.
All right. And can you see over on the upper left corner? It appears that there's some.
Okay, so that would be, I believe, the house next door. So this would probably be the dining room then. So you would have made a right into the kitchen. If you made an immediate left, that would open up to this.
Okay. And slide 16?
This would be coming back around, making another left to the front living room area.
And slide 17?
Just kind of another picture of the living room. You can see the trucks in the front of the street. Or
You
kind
know,
of.
reflective lights?
Yeah.
Okay. Some kind of vehicle. And then slide 18.
Those would be the stairs going up to the second floor.
And Lieutenant Reedy, did you have the opportunity to go up these steps of this house?
We did toward later in the incident, checking for fire extension in the front bedrooms.
And when you were upstairs, were you able to see if there was anybody in the house?
Oh, I did. Look to the right into the bathroom. At that point, it was basically no one was allowed to go in there since there was an investigation going on.
All right. At that point in time, was there any life-saving measures?
Negative. That would have been probably 2 or 3 hours into the incident.
All right. And did you have any involvement with the removing of the people that were found?
No.
All the pictures that we've looked at, slides 1 through 18 of State's Exhibit number 37, do they accurately represent the scene as you saw it during that evening?
They do.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Mr. Riley?
We have no questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Lieutenant, you're excused. Thank you very much. Thank you. Call your next witness.
Yeah, Your Honor, the state's going to call Brad Barkhurst. Sure. Do you want to go to sidebar, or do you want to have her? have this thing?
Jess, we approach.
Sure.
You are, at the appropriate time, are going to be given a packet of exhibits numbered 80 through 87. They are smaller versions of what are going to be placed up on a poster board that the next witness is going to testify to. Because you may have some problems seeing in the back and in the back row, and it's not going to be on your screen, you're going to be given these smaller copies. These are for demonstrative purposes only. You will not keep them. We will collect them at the end of this person's testimony. Everybody understand? Raise your hand if you do. Excellent. Thank you very much. All right. If you'd raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Go ahead and have a seat. Once you're seated, if you'll remove your mask, keep your voice up, speak into the microphone.
Okay, sir, can you please state your full name, spell your last name for the record, please?
Bradley David Barkhurst, Bradley David Barkhurst.
And Mr. Barkhurst, can you tell the jury where it is you're employed?
I'm employed with the State of Ohio Fire Marshal's Office, Forensic Laboratory,
And where is that located?
Reynoldsburg, Ohio.
And what do you do for the Ohio State Fire Marshal's Forensic Laboratory?
I'm a forensic specialist supervisor.
Okay. And very generally, can you tell the jury what a forensic specialist supervisor does for the Ohio State Fire Marshal's Office? And sir, could you, that screen that's next to you, could you push that back just a little bit? There you go, that way that everyone can see it. Thank you.
Digital evidence is submitted to us, primarily audio and video recordings, video of a crime or a fire submitted to me. I review the video. I put together video presentations of my observations. I do video clarification, so if the video needs to be brightened or contrast adjusted or sharpened, I'll do that and write a report.
Now, what do you do as the supervisor? What are your duties entail as a supervisor for this section at the Ohio State Fire Marshal's Office?
There is one other audio video person that works under me. Right now I've been training that person, and also I'm over an evidence technician that checks in and out evidence.
How long have you been a forensic specialist supervisor for the Ohio State Fire Marshal? Around
4 years.
And before you work for the Ohio State Fire Marshal, can you tell the jury where else you have been employed?
I worked just over 10 years at the Ohio Attorney General's Office, Ohio Organized Crime Investigations Commission.
What did you do for them?
Forensic audio video analyst.
What is the Ohio Organized Crime Investigations Commission? What did they do?
Well, they primarily run task force investigations around the state of Ohio, but they also do audio video analysis.
How long did you work for them?
Just over 10 years.
What type of education did you obtain that enabled you to become a forensic specialist supervisor with the Ohio State Fire Marshal and the Ohio Organized Crime Commission?
Well, I have a Bachelor of Fine Arts degree in electronic media from the University of Cincinnati, which is audio video production. I also have a special training with the Law Enforcement and Emergency Services Video Association. I have their forensic video analyst certification, as well as I have a forensic video certification with the International Association of Identification.
Do you undergo any continuing education or training in your role as a forensic specialist supervisor in the video or digital forensics section?
Yes.
And describe that for us. Describe your continuing education.
I attend conferences, webinars.
Are you a member of any professional organizations?
Yes.
Which ones?
The Law Enforcement and Emergency Services Video Association, the International Association of Identification, and the High Tech Crimes Investigation Association.
Have you ever been involved in teaching in this area of forensic digital analysis?
Yes.
And when? When would you do that?
I presented 2 presentations last year at the Law Enforcement Emergency Services Video Association Symposium. I've done presentations for judges and prosecutors.
Have you ever testified in court as an expert in the area of digital forensics or forensic video analysis?
Yes,
And approximately how many times?
around 10.
Okay. Now, what is forensic video analysis that you've described? Just generally tell us what that is.
Well, the definition is the scientific examination, comparison, and/or evaluation of video in legal matters. But in layman's terms, it's basically reviewing video of a potential crime, making observations, writing a report, and making a video, potentially making a video presentation for court.
All right. Now, Mr. Barkhurst, I'd like to draw your attention to May of 2016. Do you recall that time frame?
Yes,
Were you working in your capacity as the supervisor for the digital forensic section of the Ohio State Marshal's office at that time?
no.
And where were you working at that point?
I was working for the Ohio Attorney General's office.
Okay. Did you become involved in this case that we're here about today while you were still working at the Ohio Attorney General's office?
Yes,
And at some point, did you change employment status?
yes,
And where did you go then?
to the State Fire Marshal's office.
Did you stay involved in this case at that time?
Yes,
Were you asked to work on some items submitted by investigator Brian Peterman and other investigators with the Ohio State Fire Marshal's office?
yes.
What were those items?
One was a video recorder
Okay.
and also some digital media of video.
Okay. And we're going to strictly talk to you today, Mr. Barkhurst, about the incident at 719 Fultz that happened in 2016, okay?
Okay.
Mr. Barkhurst, I'm handing you a package that has previously been marked and identified as State's Exhibit number 35. Can you take a minute to look at that? Let me know when you're finished.
Okay.
And what are these discs here that I'm showing you from State's Exhibit number 35?
It is DVDs, contain surveillance footage recovered from 714 Fultz Street on April 18, 2016.
Okay. And are these part of the discs that you had a chance to work on in preparation for this case?
Yes.
All right. I'm handing you another, it's like a box, and inside of the box it has what we would call a hard drive. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. It's marked as State's Exhibit number 64. Do you know what's on this disc? Or this hard drive, excuse me.
Videos of 2016 fire.
Okay. And are they from 719 Fultz?
Yes.
Now, you indicated that you had analyzed a DVR system in the case that was given to you. Did you recall that?
Yes.
All right. And describe its condition to the jury.
Damaged.
Okay. And how so?
There was, it was burnt, melted, and there was a hard drive in it.
Okay. And were you able to get any information off of this burnt, damaged hard drive?
Yes.
And that information that you got from that burnt, damaged hard drive from 719 Fultz, were you able to put that on State's Exhibit number 64?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Barkhurst, eventually were you asked to put together what you would call a video and narrative presentation for the viewing of a jury or for law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. Now, who asked you to do that?
Originally, it was, well, it would be the Brian Peterman in
Okay.
the State Fire Marshal's office.
Okay. Now, generally, can you tell the jury what is a video presentation?
Video presentation is video from a crime, or in our case, a fire. I work in the Fire Marshal's office. Putting that together to view for investigators or a jury.
Okay. And then what's a narrative presentation? Tell us about that.
A narrative presentation is where I'll take photos of the event and walk through my observations.
Okay. And how long generally does it take to put together a video and narrative presentation in a case?
It just depends on the amount of video and duration and what I point out.
All right. Generally, can you tell the jury how many hours of video did you watch for the video that was obtained from 714 Fultz as shown in State's Exhibit 35?
Stacy.
714 Fultz.
I know that the video I reviewed was around 10 p.m. until around 3:30 the next morning. I don't know all the durations of all the video clips, but I know that there were over 100 files.
Okay. And the video from 719 Fultz that's on State's Exhibit number 64 that you got from that badly damaged DVR system, Mr. Barkhurst, approximately how many hours of that did you watch?
Can you answer the last question to me, please? May you repeat that? So
You mean the one earlier about 714 Fultz?
correct.
Okay. Did you watch the video in State's Exhibit number 35 from 714 Fultz?
Yes.
And approximately how many hours of that did you watch?
There was over 6 hours at least.
Okay. Did you watch all of that?
Yes.
And then the video from 719 Fultz that's on State's Exhibit number 64. Approximately how many hours of that did you watch?
Again, I don't know the exact time, but I did look at the time frame of 10 p.m. to around 3:30 in the morning. Over 100 video clips.
Okay. So you spent a lot of time looking at the video from both of these fires, or both of
Yes.
these video systems.
Yes.
Okay. Now, Mr. Barkhurst, I'm going to talk to you about the video system from 719 Fultz, okay? This is the badly damaged video hard drive that you were able to download. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what the settings were for how long that video system was supposed to record?
No.
Okay, and why don't you know that?
Typically that I have to access the video recorder menus on that, and it's too damaged for me to do so.
Okay. And does the video system from 719 Fultz have an overwrite feature?
I don't know,
Okay, and why don't you know that?
because I can't look in the menu of the video recorder.
Is there anything else that would lead you to believe that there was an overwrite system in the video from 719 Fultz?
It's not unusual for video recorders to have an overwrite feature.
Do you know if that video system from 719 Fultz was motion activated?
I don't know.
Okay, and is that again in the settings where you would tell that?
Correct.
And that was too badly damaged?
Correct.
And is there anything that would make you believe that this video system from 719 Fultz was motion activated?
Yes.
And tell the jury why you believe that.
Because there are many video clips on it. Some are short, some are long, and it's spread out over the time of recording, which is common with motion detection recorders.
Okay, so it's based on what you were reviewing, it was consistent with motion activation.
Correct.
Now, when you retrieved the video from the badly damaged DVR system from 719 Fultz, and put it onto State's Exhibit number 64. Did you alter that video in any way?
No.
Now I'm going to talk to you about the video system from 714 volts, okay? That's on State's Exhibit number 35.
Okay.
Can you tell the jury if the system from 714 volts overwrites itself or tapes over itself at a certain point?
I don't know,
Okay, and why don't you know?
because I didn't see the menus on that recorder.
Okay, you didn't have it at that time, that DVR system from 714 volts, to be able to look at the settings.
Correct.
Now, Mr. Barkhurst, can you tell the jury if you know that if that video from 714 volts is motion activated?
I don't know.
Okay, and is that in the settings also?
Yes.
Is there anything that you could tell from the video and watching from 714 volts as to whether or not you could tell if it was motion activated?
Again, the video clips of various lengths, some short, some long, spread out the different video clips, so which is consistent with motion activated recorders.
So what you saw on State's Exhibit number 35 was consistent with motion activation?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Barkhurst, did you using these videos, put together a video and narrative presentation in this case?
Yes.
And did you use any outside sources of information when putting together the video and narrative presentation?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what outside sources of information you used?
A 911 call, a time, date check provided by the Akron Police Department. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I interrupted you. I'm sorry.
Alarm.com records, Google Earth.
Okay. Do you use any maps? Is that the Google Earth stuff?
Yes, from Google Earth.
Okay. Now, Mr. Barkhurst, I'd like to review your narrative report first, and then we'll do the video presentation. Is that okay?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Barkhurst, you're going to see in the screen next to you Mr. Barkhurst, do you see that screen there, the first screen in this exhibit?
Yes.
All right, and this is going to be State's Exhibit number 65. Can you tell the jury what State's Exhibit number 65 is?
This is the narrative report that I produced.
Okay. And have you viewed this narrative report prior to coming into court today?
Yes.
Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the narrative report that you put together for the fire that occurred on April 18th of 2016?
Yes.
And just so we're clear, the narrative report breaks down the video presentation. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to move to slide 2 here. Can you tell the jury what you're looking at here on State's Exhibit number 65, slide 2?
That's a photo of Google Earth.
Okay, and what area is this?
Around where the fire occurred.
Have you personally been out to this location and viewed it?
Yes.
All right, and I'm clicking a couple slides here. Can you tell the jury what they're observing?
The addresses and houses around where the fire occurred and the house where the fire occurred.
Okay. When you went and visited this area, was 719 Fultz there?
No.
But does this map fairly and accurately depict the area that you observed when you went out and viewed it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Mr. Barkhurst, I am directing your attention to this slide here in your narrative presentation. It says general directions cameras are facing. What is the jury, what are you showing the jury here?
Basically, we're location on the house where the cameras are and the direction they're pointing and what's on that video.
Okay, in this first slide here, what camera are you pointing out?
Camera 3.
Okay, and then what is that picture there in the corner?
That's basically a thumbnail from camera 3. It's a thumbnail from camera 3.
Mr. Barkhurst, I'm showing you 2 photographs. Been marked for identification purposes. Is State's Exhibit 4A and State's Exhibit number 10. Please take a minute and look at those. Let me know when you're finished.
Okay.
Okay, in State's Exhibit number 4A, and we're going to put this on the document camera, but do you see cameras on this 4A?
Yes.
Okay, and is one of them marked camera 3?
Yes.
All right, and then State's Exhibit number 10, can you tell the jury what generally this shows?
Camera 3.
Camera 3, this is the view from camera 3.
Yes.
Mr. Barkhurst, you see I'm putting the State's Exhibit number 4A up on the screen?
Okay.
Yep. And what number camera am I circling there with my finger pointing to?
Camera 3.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit number 10. Tell the jury, what is this exactly? What does it show?
Camera 3.
Okay. And that is the view actually from the camera. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. Back to your narrative presentation here, Mr. Barkhurst. I'd like to talk to you next about this next slide. This has camera 3 and its view on there, but it has another camera. Is that fair?
Yes.
Tell the jury what that is.
Camera 4.
All right. And it shows, what does the line represent? You have that for camera 3 and 4. What does that line show?
The direction camera 4 is pointing towards.
Okay. And then what is this little thumbnail here in the corner?
Camera 4.
And that's the view from the camera?
Yes.
Mr. Barkhurst, I'm going to show you 3 photographs marked for identification purposes. The State's Exhibit 5A, 11, and 6. Take a minute to look at those. Let me know when you're finished, okay?
Okay.
Are you finished or?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Just very generally tell the jury what these documents show.
Camera 4.
Okay? Mr. Barkhurst, I'm showing on the document camera what's been previously marked for identification purposes as Stacy Exhibit 5A. Can you tell the jury what this photograph shows?
Camera 4.
Actually, camera 4, right?
It's camera 4, and again, I wasn't there in 2016, so
Okay. And then I'm showing you on the document camera Stacy Exhibit number 11. Tell the jury what they're looking at here.
that's camera 4.
Okay. This is a view from camera 4.
Yes,
And we know that too from this area down in here where it says camera 4. Is that fair?
yes,
I'm showing you another document that's been marked for identification purposes and previously identified as Stacy Exhibit number 6. Is this a view from the porch there at 714?
yes.
All right. Mr. Barkhurst, I'm going to draw your attention back to the narrative presentation. Another camera has come up here. Tell the jury where that's from and what the thumbnail shows.
That's from 719 Fulton Street.
What does the thumbnail show?
Channel 4.
Channel 4 from 719 volts.
Yes, and the general direction is facing.
And that's what the arrow is depicting.
Yes.
Mr. Barkhurst, I'm showing you 3 photographs marked for identification purposes as Stacy Exhibits 27, 28, and 56. Please take a minute to look at those. Let me know when you're finished.
Okay.
And Mr. Barkhurst, very generally, we're going to go over them individually. Can you tell the jury what you're seeing here in these series of photographs?
May I see the photographs?
Yeah, sure.
So I see a camera on Exhibit State 8.
Or what number?
I see a camera on Exhibit State 27
Okay.
and Exhibit 28.
All right. And then what do you see there on Stacy Exhibit 56?
Camera 4 and Google Earth.
Okay. Okay. Putting on the document camera, Stacy Exhibit number 27 has been previously identified. What do you see in this photograph, Mr. Barkhurst?
Camera,
Okay. And that is up in this area. Is that fair?
yes.
All right. And Stacy Exhibit number 28, what do you see in this photo?
Camera,
Okay. And then Stacy Exhibit 56, specifically, I'm going to direct your attention to this area here, this view here. What is that?
Channel 4 from 719 volts and Google Earth.
Okay. So this is the view from Channel 4.
Yes.
Mr. Barkhurst, we're going to move on to the next slide here. What is this slide? And very generally tell the jury what you're describing.
So, provide the fire engine arrival time from Akron Fire Department, 3:44:43 a.m. on April 18, 2016. And then on camera 4 video from 714 Fulton Street, fire engine is visible at the date time stamp of 17/04/2016 at 23:49. So based on this information, the video date timestamp from 714 Fulton Street is approximately 3 hours and 55 minutes behind the actual time.
Mr. Barkhurst, generally tell the jury why you're doing this and why you're describing this information in this slide.
Well, for video cases, it's not unusual to have the date timestamp incorrect. So, if possible, we try to get information that can help determine what that timestamp on the video is versus actual time to come up with a time date offset.
Okay, so you're trying to verify what the actual time is.
Yes.
All right. We move on to the next slide here. I believe it's slide 11. Tell the jury what this slide shows.
That is a photo of what I call a time date offset check. So the Akron Police Department conducted a date time offset check in the video recorder from 714 Fulton Street. At the time of check, the recorder was approximately 3 hours and 55 minutes behind the actual time.
Okay, so another way of verifying the time.
Yes.
3 hours, so 714 Fultz is 3 hours and 55 minutes behind the actual time.
Yes.
Mr. Barkhurst, tell the jury what this slide depicts and why are you putting it in there?
Because I was provided information from alarm.com about the alarm date time information.
Okay, so you provided that information and you've inserted that into your presentation.
Yes.
Judge, I don't object.
Your objections noted, overruled. You may proceed.
And Mr. Barkhurst, you indicated that you had been out to this area and have viewed the scene or the area of where this fire had occurred.
Yes.
I'm showing you a series of photographs that have been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 67 through 79. Sir, can you please take a minute to look at those? Let me know when you're finished. Now we're going to go over these photographs more in depthly, but Mr. Barkhurst, can you generally tell the jury what these photographs represent?
Those photographs are of 1374 Hillcrest Street.
Okay. And are they of another residence also?
Yes.
Okay. And which other residence or address is that referencing this map?
1374 Hillcrest Street.
Okay. Do you also see 1370 Hillcrest in there?
Yes.
All right. And you said you've been out to the scene, viewed them. Do these photographs fairly and accurately reflect the outside of 1374 and 1370 Hillcrest?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Barkhurst, you see your document camera there? First photo I'm going to put up, I think we can zoom in here. Can you very generally tell us what house or address this shows? And this is State's Exhibit number 67.
That's 1370 Hillcrest.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 68. Can you tell us about this photograph?
That's 1370 Hillcrest.
And this is the side?
Yes.
Okay. And we note here there are two doors on the side of 1370 Hillcrest.
Yes.
State's Exhibit number 69. Can you tell us about this photograph?
That's 1370 Hillcrest.
Okay. And then there's a back area, like a overhang there, fair?
Yes.
State's Exhibit number 70. Do you see this photograph here?
Yes.
And tell the jury what this shows.
That's the rear of 1370 Hillcrest.
Okay. Now, what is this right there that I'm pointing to, this white building with a gray roof?
The garage.
A garage. And based on your going out there, do you know if there was an alleyway between the house and the garage, Mr. Barkhurst?
Yes.
Next, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 71. Can you tell the jury what this photograph shows?
That's 1374 Hillcrest.
All right. And on State's Exhibit number 71, what type of door is that on the front of 1374 Hillcrest?
The door has some metal or some object in front of the door.
Okay. So it's like a metal frame door. Is that kind of what you're describing?
Yes.
And what's behind that? Based on your observations being out there.
The door handle.
Okay. What is behind the black area or the metal frame of the door?
That I don't know.
Okay. Do you know if there's glass there?
Objection.
Sustained.
Next, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 72, Mr. Barkhurst. Do you see this photograph?
Yes.
Tell the jury what you're looking at here.
That is in between 1374 Hillcrest and 1370 Hillcrest.
Okay. And is this the alleyway that you were previously describing here, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And then if there's a pink house, then, at least in this photograph, behind 1370 Hillcrest. Is that fair?
There's a house behind it. It's hard for me to determine color.
Determine the color. Okay. And then what is this over here in this general area underneath this light that I'm pointing to in State's Exhibit 72?
From that viewpoint, I can't tell if it's a window or a door.
Okay. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 73. This may help. Can you see better now what's under this light area of 1374 Hillcrest?
Yes,
And what is that?
that's a door.
Okay. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 74. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at here?
That's a door.
All right. And is this the same doorway that you had previously pointed to in State's Exhibit 73?
Yes.
Okay. Next, I'm going to show you another photograph. State's Exhibit number 75. Do you see this photograph up there, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And in State's Exhibit 75, what are we beginning to see here back on the back side of 1374 Hillcrest?
That's a door.
Okay. Is that door forward or backward sitting? Can you describe it for the jury?
It's behind the portion of the house.
Okay. All right, and I'll show it to you again here on State's Exhibit 76. Is that a better view?
Yes.
Tell the jury what you're observing here in this photograph.
A door?
Okay. And is this door, that same door you were pointing to in State's Exhibit 75 here?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 77. What does this photograph show?
The back porch?
Back porch of what address was this again, sir?
That would be 1374 Hillcrest.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 78. Can you tell the jury what we're looking at in this photograph?
The back porch of 1374 Hillcrest.
And you can see that doorway. Is that fair too in that photo?
Yes.
Finally, State's Exhibit number 79. Tell the jury what is this showing?
That's the rear of 1374 Hillcrest.
All right. Back to your narrative presentation, Mr. Barkhurst. I'm going to move to the next slide here. And what is this slide telling us, and what are you trying to show?
So we have two different recorders, and so again, another way to determine offset between a time offset between the recorders is looking for what's called sync points. So that would be something that could be viewable on a camera from one recorder and a camera from the other recorder. So it's something that happens quickly that I can see occur on cameras from each recorder.
Okay, and we're going to go over those sync points here in a minute. But on this slide, you're telling us that based on the video sync points from 719 volts and 714 volts, the video recorder from 719 volts is 3 hours and 55 minutes ahead of the video from 714 volts. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And now what's that last sentence there? Tell the jury what you mean by that.
So the date timestamp from the 719 Fultz Street, that's going to be the master clock, or the time that you see on the video presentation and narrative.
Okay. And what is the master clock? What do you mean by that? Is that the one you're going to use primarily?
Yes, it's more based on the information I provide. It's more accurate than the other recorder at 714 Fultz Street.
Okay. Still 3 hours and 55-minute difference.
Correct.
All right. What is this slide? This says sync point 1. Tell the jury what this shows, what you're showing us in this slide.
So when you watch video from 719 Fultz Street, there's a light flash at the date time of 4/18/2016 at 3:15:17 a.m. And then again, you see that light flash from the video from 714 Fultz Street, a date timestamp of 4/17/2016, 23/2014. So this is the sync point, one of the sync points I'm referring to. So the video from 719 Fultz Street is 3 hours, 55 minutes, and in this case, 3 seconds ahead of the video from 714 Fultz Street.
In 714, based on those video verifications that you went over earlier, 714 volts is 3 hours and 55 minutes off of regular time. Is that fair?
Yes.
Next slide, it says sync point 2. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at here?
You're looking at video from 719 Fultz Street. It's another sync point, so it's initial flash of light seen on the video recorder from 719 Fultz Street and the video recorder from 714 Fultz Street. And so the video from 719 Fultz Street, the date timestamp is 4/18/2016, 3:26:09 a.m. On video from 714 Fultz Street, date timestamp is 4/17/2016, 23:31:06. So at this sync point, the video from 719 Fultz Street is 3 hours, 55 minutes, and 3 seconds ahead of the video for 714 Full Street.
All right. We have another sync point here, number 3. Tell the jury about this.
So again, that's initial light flash from video from 719 Fulton Street, date timestamp 4/18/2016 at 3:34:20 a.m. And then from video from 714 Fulton Street, date timestamp 4/17/2016, 23:39:17. And video from 719 Fulton Street is 3 hours, 55 minutes, and 3 seconds ahead of the video from 714 Fulton Street.
All right, so just 3 sync points there that you used.
Yes.
Now, as we start your narrative presentation into the meat of it, Mr. Barkhurst, can you tell the jury what types of things you are going to be noting here in the narrative presentation and then later in the video presentation? What types of things are you noting?
So those are observations that I've observed on the video from 719 Fulton Street and 714 Fulton Street, along with photos from Google Earth to help show what the camera's pointing at during the daytime.
All right, so...
Mr. D'Angelo, I don't want to interrupt, but will you all come to sidebar for a second?
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, because we got a late start this morning, it's now 11:30. I thought about just doing a break, but then by the time we come back, then it's going to be time to have lunch. So we're just going to take an early lunch. It's 11:30. We're going to go till 12:30. So if you'll be back in the jury room at 12:30, remember the admonition I've given you at all breaks. It's important that you be fair and attentive throughout the trial. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. This includes your family, friends, and the media. You must not post or read anything about this case on the internet or any electronic device, including your cell phone. Any such discussion, if discovered, could lead to a mistrial and would severely compromise the party's right to a fair trial. Do not permit anyone to discuss it with you or in your presence, and do not form or express an opinion on this case until it's finally been submitted to you. All right, we're adjourned.
All right, please, you know, face on the chair.
clarify this with him. I mean, I do agree that the State's Exhibit 35 does indicate that it is approximately 1 hour of footage. However, I'd also indicate that, I have to clarify with the witness. Additional footage was downloaded at a later time, and that is also on State's Exhibit number 64. That contains all of the video from both fires, from 714 volts and from 719 volts that's been provided to the defense in this case. I can, with the court's permission, clarify that with Mr. Barkhurst and then ask him those questions on the stand.
Sure. It's my recollection too from some previous hearings, and I think it might have been about the PC.
Now, that is in regards to 2017.
But I recall some testimony that there was eventually a time when APD, Everett Smart, went back to Chester Williams' house and got some additional video footage regarding the fire at 719 Volt.
That's true, but I do think that at some point they do go back to 714 volts. I mean, I can clarify that with Mr. Barkhurst. His answer is what his answer is, and you guys can come with me if you want.
Okay, all right, so with that, we're adjourned. Yes, 12:30. Yeah, 12:30.
Yeah. What's that? I know.
but if you take for this, it's not. If you go an hour, or 3 hours, what's 3 hours and 55 minutes after 23? So this, well, 3 hours would be 3 o'clock, 55 minutes. Well, it would be 2:55. 2:55. So 2:55 to 2:55. So we have this. Here. So this is, so 2:56 a.m. is the first thing we see. So it makes sense. Oh, yeah. Oh. What's that? So in the presentation, so this is 23:11 o'clock, 12 o'clock. Right. But because it's 3 hours and 55 minutes long, that puts it to 2:55. Okay. 3:50. Okay. And that's everything is in his presentation. Right. Now that's from the other house. Oh. So yeah. His presentation starts here at 2:56 a.m. And that would make sense. Where I think he was getting confused is he's real good. When he's going from 10 a.m. to 6 a.m. That's what I thought too. That's what I thought. Because it was, when you handed him, when I was talking to him about it, he goes, the house that burned is from 10 a.m. to 6 a.m. I go, that's not the house that burned that I was asking you about. So we'll have I'm kidding. I'm kidding about that. No, but I feel like Brad, Barkhurst, and I are in the spirit. I have first of all, he was confusing the house that burned, Lindell's house, and Chester's house. The 10 a.m. to 6 a.m. was on Lindell's house. Well, I am through this thing is, I'm at 7:27 of, well, no, 17 of 117. And then the video presentation is 32 minutes. And then after that, I don't really have any questions for him, so that'll depend on your guys' thoughts. We'll get moving here once we get into the, a lot of this is the amount
Court of Common Pleas is again in session. The Honorable Christine Croce presiding.
Thank you. You may be seated. All right, Mr. D'Angelo, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Mr. Barkhurst, before we talk any more about your narrative presentation, I do want to clarify some of your previous testimony and talk to you about some of your previous testimony. You had indicated that at the residence at 714 Fultz, that you had reviewed video testimony from a certain time frame. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm going to put on the document camera State's Exhibit number 35. You had identified this, and this was previously identified by another witness. Do you see that here, there, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this video from State's Exhibit number 35 is from what house?
714 Fultz Street.
Okay, and the time frame here is for what time frame?
April 17th, 2016, 2300 hours to 00 hours, April 18th, 2016.
And you've reviewed all of this video on this disc.
Yes.
Do you know, can you tell the jury if this time period here takes into account the time difference that you previously testified to?
Can you repeat the question?
Does this time frame, 2300 to 000 hours, does that take into account the 3 hour and 55 minute time difference that you previously testified to?
No.
Okay. So when we look at this, it's really from 2:55 to 3:55. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And the testimony you gave, you said that you had reviewed some camera footage from 10 a.m. to, I believe, 4 a.m. Do you recall that?
10 p.m. I think it was.
10 p.m. to 4 a.m.
10 p.m. to around 3:30 a.m.
Okay. And what house was that in reference to?
That was at 719 Fultz.
All right. Now, Mr. Barkhurst, I'm going to draw your attention back to your document camera there. And we're beginning to talk a little bit about movements and things that you're noting in the narrative presentation. And I believe before lunch I asked you what types of things you're putting in the narrative presentation in the video presentation. What are those things that you're putting in there?
Activity that stands out to me, vehicles that that are seen potentially several times. Also, movement around the time of the fire.
Do the cameras always pick up video?
No.
And tell the jury why not. Why won't they always pick up video?
The motion detection can affect when the cameras can pick up video in motion.
Are there times in these cameras that we can't see beyond a certain point, or we just can't see a certain length?
There are times where we just don't have video.
Okay. And in looking at the cameras themselves, for example, this slide that's on the camera, I mean, we just can't see after a certain point down the street. Is that fair?
Correct.
Now, Mr. Barkhurst, I'm handing you a series of documents that have been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibits number 80 through 87. Please take a minute to look at those and let me know when you're finished.
Okay.
Mr. Barkhurst, did you have a chance to assist in preparation of a timeline that goes along with your narrative presentation?
Yes.
And State's Exhibits 80 through 87, what did these documents represent?
Observations on the video and information, for example, from alarm.com.
Okay, is this the timeline you assisted in preparing?
Yes,
Fair and accurate depiction of the timeline you assisted?
yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask that I have permission to pass these on.
All right, you may publish to the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to receive a packet of
Exhibits that are marked 80 through 87. They correspond with the posters that are going to be up here that Mr. I think Barkhurst is going to testify to. Again, they are for demonstrative purposes only. When the testimony is complete, we will collect them, and if they are admitted into evidence, that being the posters, you'll have those at the time of deliberation. But that is ultimately a decision for the court to make, whether they are or are not admissible. So, but at this time, you're going to use what you have in your hand, if you choose to, for demonstrative purposes.
Our objection discussed in
And your objection is noted and overruled. Terry. Just for the record, in case.
Okay, Mr. Barkhurst, we have the documents that you marked as, or you identified as State's Exhibits 80 through 87 are also on a poster board next to you. Do you see that poster board there, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'd like to reference you to slide 17, which is on the video screen next to you, and tell the jury what you're noting here.
At timestamp 12/26/33, vehicle moving frame map.
Okay. And it's a vehicle. Is it a car or a truck? Can you tell from this photo?
That's a truck.
Okay. And the truck has what going along the bottom of it? Would you describe that as?
Stripe.
Stripe. This truck, it says here, and is that noted on your timeline, sir?
The time and truck drives down Fultz. Yes.
Okay. And that you have on the timeline 12:26 a.m. Is that fair?
Yes.
Now, it's traveling in a direction down Fultz, it says on your timeline, towards Height. Is Height in that direction? Do you know? Can you describe that to the jury?
Yes.
Okay, so Height is, if you're looking at the map, as I'm pointing to here, below 719 Fultz.
Yes.
In the map that you have located here, this Google Earth map, what are you showing here with the arrow and the channel marked? What are you trying to show at that point?
Just the direction where camera 4 is pointing.
Okay. How many times do you see this truck? I mean, if you know approximately how many times you see this truck when you're watching this video.
I don't know the exact number, but multiple times potentially of that truck.
Going up and down the street.
Yes.
And as you testified, you're just noting movement and you're putting it on the timeline and in your narrative presentation.
Yes.
All right, slide 18. Can you tell the jury what you're showing here?
That's the vehicle moving frame rate.
And what time is that?
12:40:41.
And that truck, or that vehicle, is going towards what street?
It's going towards East Avenue.
Okay. And as we look here on State's Exhibit number 12, which is behind you, so the jury has some reference. I'm sure they already know this, but I just want to make sure the record's clear. Can you please point to where East Avenue is?
East Avenue is up here.
Okay. Okay, next I'd like to move to slide 19. Can you tell the jury what you're noting here in your narrative presentation?
At 12:58:07 a.m., a vehicle moving frame left.
Okay. Appears to be the same truck we saw in the prior slides.
Yes,
It's moving towards what street?
that's moving toward height.
Is that noted on your timeline?
Yes.
Okay. That would be State's Exhibit 81. It's noted. Okay. Now, next I'm referencing slide 20. Mr. Barkhurst, what are you noting on this slide?
At 1:08:21 a.m., individual about to get into the vehicle.
Okay. And you have here on your timeline, is that noted on your timeline, sir?
Yes.
Were you able to learn that that individual was a Mr. Costa?
Yes.
Okay. Now we're at slide 21. What are you noting here? What are you showing?
At 1:09:10 a.m., vehicle exits driveway.
Okay. And this is from what, just so the record's clear, what camera?
Camera 4.
At what address?
That's 719 Full Street.
Slide 22, can you tell the jury what you're showing here?
1:26 a.m., vehicle moving frame left.
So 1:20:26 a.m. And that section here, when it says 1:20, 1.20.26, what is the 26?
Seconds.
Seconds. Okay, so it's at 1:20 a.m. and 26 seconds, you see a car moving, frame left.
So I see a vehicle moving frame left.
In what direction is that going towards?
Towards height.
And that is noted on your timeline, sir?
Yes.
Our next slide is slide 23. Can you tell the jury what you're showing here?
1:43:43 a.m., vehicle backing up into driveway.
Okay. And were you, during the course of your looking into this case, were you able to learn that that, again, was Mr. Costa that's coming back?
Yes.
Is that noted on your timeline?
Yes.
That's slide 24 there. Tell the jury what you're showing here.
At 1:44:01 a.m., individual exits vehicle.
Okay. And just so we're clear, this is from the video from 719 Fultz, Channel 4.
Yes.
Slide 25. Can you tell the jury what you're noting here on this slide?
At 2:10:03 a.m., vehicle moving frame right.
Is this noted on your timeline?
Yes.
And that's on State's Exhibit 84?
Yes.
Once again, this appears to be a truck. Is that fair?
Yes.
And what's on the bottom side of that truck?
Start.
Okay. It's going in what direction?
Frame right towards East Avenue.
Mr. Barkhurst, I'm showing you two documents that are marked for identification purposes, a State's Exhibit number 18 and 88. Do you see those photographs here?
Yes.
Mr. Barkhurst, State's Exhibit number 18, can you tell the jury what this is?
It's an overview map of the area.
All right. And down here on the bottom of State's Exhibit number 18, there's an address listed as 1608 East Avenue. Do you know what that location is, sir?
I believe it's the Circle K.
And did you see a Circle K at that when you went out and viewed the scene?
I was not at that scene.
Okay. Next, I'm going to show you a document marked State's Exhibit number 88. Do you see this picture here, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you see there in the corner of this photograph?
Truck.
And what does it have on the bottom of the truck?
Stripe.
I'm going to bring State's Exhibit 88 back to you, sir. Can you read the time there for us?
2/11/26.
Mr. Barkhurst, I'm going to show you a series of documents. They've been marked for identification purposes. State's Exhibits 21, 89, through 92. State's Exhibit 22, 23, and State's Exhibits 93 through 99. Can you please take a minute to look at all these documents? Let me know when you're finished. Mr. Barkhurst, we're going to go over these photographs individually, but very generally, can you tell the jury what these documents show?
A truck with stripe.
Okay. Located at what appears to be what?
Circle K. Okay, sir. Mr. Barkhurst, I'm going to show on the document camera State's Exhibit number 21. Do you see that there, sir? Yes.
And describe for the jury what you're showing in State's Exhibit 21.
It's a truck with a stripe.
Okay. And it's difficult to read, but can you read the time there up on the top?
2:25:53 a.m.
Okay. And is that time noted on your timeline, State's Exhibit 84?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 89, can you tell the jury what we're looking at here?
Truck with a stripe.
Okay, and we see a person here, is that fair?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 90, can you tell the jury what we're looking at in this photograph?
Truck with a stripe.
Okay, and you see another individual here?
I see an individual there. Yes.
State's Exhibit 91, tell the jury what you're looking at in this photograph?
Truck with a stripe.
Okay. Once again, another photograph of an individual, is that fair?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 92, can you tell the jury what we're looking at in this photo?
Truck with a stripe.
Okay. See another individual?
See an individual. Yes.
Okay. Just so we're clear, the time appears to be what at this juncture?
2:26:12 a.m.
State's Exhibit 22, can you tell the jury what we're looking at in this photo?
A truck with a stripe.
Okay, and we see, what do we see over here in the corner of State's Exhibit 22?
An individual.
State's Exhibit 23, what do we see in this photo?
Truck with a stripe.
Okay. And we see now more people, is that fair, sir?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 93. What do you see in this photo?
Truck with a stripe.
Okay. Again, you see this individual in the corner, is that fair?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 94. Can you tell the jury what we're looking at here?
Truck with a stripe.
And individuals there at this location?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 95. What do you see here, sir?
Truck with a stripe.
Okay, and you see an individual there is walking, is that fair?
Yes.
And can you read the time there?
2:27:38 a.m.
Okay. State's Exhibit 96. Can you describe that for the jury?
Truck with a stripe.
Okay. And we see an individual, is this the front or the back of an individual that you see?
The back.
State's Exhibit 97. Can you tell the jury what we're looking at this on this photo?
Truck with a stripe.
Okay. And what's the time there up on the top?
2:27:55 a.m.
State's Exhibit number 98. Can you describe that for the jury?
A truck with a stripe.
Okay. And do you see the individual that appeared to be approaching that car anymore?
Can you ask that again, please?
Do you see that individual that was approaching the car earlier?
On what slide?
State's Exhibit 97.
Okay, yes.
All right. And finally, State's Exhibit number 99. Do you see this photograph?
Yes.
Okay, what do you see?
Truck with a stripe.
Okay. And what time is that?
2:28:06.
Now I'd like to draw your attention back to your narrative presentation, sir. What do you note on this slide?
Vehicle moving frame left.
And what type of vehicle is it?
It's a truck.
With what on the bottom?
Stripe.
And what time is that?
2:28:47 a.m.
In what direction is it traveling?
Moving frame left towards height.
Okay. Is that noted on your timeline?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Next, I'd like to move to slide number 27. Tell the jury what you're noting here.
2:56 a.m. That's on the time stamp in the video itself. It says second 51. I point out light.
Okay. And what are these lights that we see here where you have the arrow pointing?
I believe that's the rear of a vehicle or something that is reflective.
Describe that to the jury. Why are we seeing that in this video camera?
Because there's infrared cameras.
Okay, and what does that mean?
So the cameras record in the infrared spectrum and they shine infrared light to show what's going on at nighttime.
What types of things give off infrared light?
Things that will reflect infrared light. So from just my experience with watching videos over the years, license plates can be reflective, also the back of vehicles.
And by back of vehicles, what are you describing on the back of a vehicle?
The tail lights.
All right. And what time is this that you're noting this at?
This is at 2:56 a.m.
And why are you noting it?
Because later on the light becomes dark.
Okay. What light?
The light where below the arrow.
Okay. And what is that light? Do you know? Is that a tail light? Is it a license plate light?
It's, without looking here, it's just something reflective.
Okay. So it's some sort of infrared light.
It's the infrared light being reflected off something.
Okay. Now, Mr. Barkhurst, back here on your map, you're noting what here on the map? What are you trying to notate?
On the map is the direction that camera 3 is pointing, general direction.
So this view is from camera 3?
Yes.
At what address?
At 714 Fulton Street.
Okay. All right. Now I'm going to move to slide 28. What are you noting here?
At second 52, it's dark, so that light is not there.
All right. Is this darkening of this tail light, is that noted on your timeline?
In the narrative report,
On the timeline that you have in front of you, sir?
at 2:56. Yes,
And what state's exhibit is that?
85.
What are you showing here in slide 29?
At the second 53, light.
Okay. So we go from second 51 on one slide to second 50 where the light is present. Is that right? So
Yes,
second 52, the light is not present. Correct?
correct,
And then second 53, it is present again.
correct.
Are the lights on? These tail lights, are they on? Can
No.
you tell? Okay. And how can you tell that?
I don't see light on the, excuse me, I don't see light projected on the ground.
Okay. Now, we also see vehicles in the front of this frame, sir, on this slide, and are you seeing the infrared light there too?
Where at?
I'll point to them on your screen here. These vehicles here at the bottom, do you see infrared light coming from those
Yes,
vehicles? Okay. All right. Next, I'd like to move to slide 30. Tell the jury what you're showing here.
that's information from alarm.com. Alarm monitor panel disarmed on 4/18/2016, 2:57 a.m.
Okay. And is that noted on your timeline?
Yes,
Mr. Barkhurst, I'd like to draw your attention to State's Exhibit number 40, which has been previously identified in this case. You see that 40 there, sir, at the bottom of your screen?
Yes.
All right. Next, I'd like to draw your attention to this page. It's going to be page 27 for the record. Okay. Now, can you read, do you see my finger here, sir, on State's Exhibit 40?
Yes.
Can you please read that word for us?
Monitor.
Hold on a second. Yeah, I mean, Mr. D'Angelo, it is what it is. The jury will make the determination as to what the records entail. So your objections sustained.
Mr. Barkhurst, when you say panel disarmed, the records in 40 actually say panel disarmed by Stanley Ford.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, you're the
Trier of fact, and how the evidence bears out and who disarmed that alarm will be a decision that you make. Mr. Barkhurst is testifying as to the documents that were provided by Alarm.com, and you've heard testimony from Mr. DaCosta from Alarm.com and his explanation of those things. So you'll rely on your collective memories. You'll be the decider of who disarmed or alarm or armed that alarm. Excuse me. Sustained.
Thank you, Judge. Okay, and so you're noting here on your narrative presentation, Mr. Barkhurst, that it's at 2:57 a.m.
Yes.
And these are based on documents that you received from Alarm.com.
Yes.
Mr. Barkhurst, I'd like to draw your attention to slide 31 here on this exhibit, your narrative presentation. Tell the jury what you're noting here.
Vehicle moving frame left.
And this camera is from what address?
That is from 714 Fulton Street.
And what time is that?
The time is 4/18/2016, 3:01 a.m.
3:01 a.m. And is this noted on your timeline?
Yes.
And that's marked as State's Exhibit number what, this form of the timeline?
86.
Okay. The truck is moving in what direction, sir?
Moves towards East Avenue.
Slide number 32, can you tell the jury what you're noting in this slide?
It's the vehicle moving frame right.
Okay. And this is from what camera?
That's from camera 4,
From what address?
719 Fulton Street.
And what are you showing here, sir, at slide number 33?
That vehicle getting ready to turn left on East Avenue
It's turning left on East Avenue at what time?
at 3:02 a.m.
Back to slide 32. What type of vehicle is this, sir?
That's a truck.
And what's on the bottom of the truck?
Stripe.
Go ahead.
Mr. Barkhurst, I'm showing you a series of documents that have been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibits 100, 19, 101, 102, and State's Exhibit number 20. Please take a minute to look at those. Let me know when you're finished, sir. Okay, Mr. Barkhurst, generally, just very generally, we'll go over these. What do you see in these photographs?
Gas station pump.
Okay, and what else do you see in these photos?
A truck, stripes, with a stripe.
Now, on your narrative presentation, you have the truck turning left onto East Avenue at what time again, sir?
At 3:02 a.m.
And I'm going to draw your attention to State's Exhibit 100 on the document camera here. What do you see here in the corner, sir?
A truck with stripe.
And what time is it?
3:03:28 a.m.
State's Exhibit number 19. What do we see here in this photograph, sir?
Truck with a stripe.
State's Exhibit number 101. What do we see in this photo?
Truck with a stripe.
And what else is apparent in this photograph?
Individual.
Individual. Okay. State's Exhibit number 102. What do you show in this photo?
Truck with a stripe.
And do you see individuals, two individuals in this photo?
Yes.
Finally, State's Exhibit number 20. What do you see in this photo, sir?
Truck with a stripe.
And what time is that, if you can see it? I can bring it up.
3:04:58 a.m.
Okay. And is this noted on your timeline? This truck at the Circle K?
Yes.
Okay. State's Exhibit 86. Right. Our next slide, sir. What do we show here at, it looks like 3:02 a.m.?
Vehicle moving frame left.
Okay. And where is that vehicle that you have the arrow pointed to?
It's on the street behind 1374 Hillcrest.
Okay, so it's on the street behind 1374 Hillcrest, which is what street?
East Avenue.
Okay, so you can kind of see it traveling through that direction. Is that fair?
Yes.
And that's at 3:02 a.m. Okay. Our next slide here, what do you see here at 3:05 a.m.?
Vehicle moving frame right.
Okay. You can't tell what type of vehicle that is that fair?
Yes, correct.
Our next slide, can you tell the jury what we're looking at here?
Vehicle turning onto street.
And right, our next slide on your narrative presentation, what are you looking at here?
Vehicle moving frame left.
And that's at what time?
3:05:46 a.m.
What type of vehicle is it?
Truck with stripe.
And it's moving in what direction, sir?
Towards height.
Is that on your timeline? Do you have that noted on your timeline?
Yes.
Okay. Next, I'd like to bring you to the next slide. What are we noting here?
What number slide, Joe?
Hold on. This is slide 38.
Thank you.
Can you repeat the question, please?
What are you noting here? What are we looking at in this slide?
A vehicle moving frame right.
And this is from what camera?
Camera 4 from 714 Fulton Street.
Okay. Slide 39, can you tell the jury what you're pointing out in this slide?
A light.
Okay. And where is that light?
That is in the driveway between 1374 Hillcrest Street and 1370 Hillcrest Street.
Okay. Can you please point to the driveway you're referring to, sir?
This driveway?
Okay. So that's where those series of lights are.
Yes.
What type of lights are those again?
The rear lights,
Infrared lights coming from like a vehicle.
being reflective.
Mr. Barkhurst, so that's reflective light, just so we're clear.
Yes, this is
In
light,
that driveway. Okay. And
it's
you-
light being reflective.
What time is this light?
3:13 a.m.
Next. We're on, this is going to be going to slide 40. What are you noting here in slide 40?
It's dark.
Okay, and what is dark?
That area where the light was being reflected.
All right, and at what time is this?
At 3:13 a.m.
Is that noted on your time? Stacy's at 86.
Yes.
Okay. Next, I'm going to talk to you about slide 44. What are you noting here?
At second 32, the light's visible.
Okay. So once again, at second 30, we don't see a light. 31, we do see a light. 32, we see a light here. Fair?
Fair.
Mr. Barkhurst, what are you noting in slide number 41?
At 3:13 a.m., vehicle moving frame right.
Okay. And on what street is that on?
East Avenue.
This is from camera what?
3 from 714 Fulton Street.
Okay. Next, I'm going to move to slide 43. Can you tell the jury what you're noting here, sir?
Individual visible.
Okay. And where is that individual on this slide?
On Full Street.
Okay. And you have noted, how do you have it noted on this slide?
Can you repeat the question?
How do you have, on this slide, it's showing this camera view, how do you have the individual noted?
But with an arrow.
Okay. And this is from camera 4 from 714 volts?
Yes.
This is slide 43. We're going to move to slide 44. What are you noting here, sir?
Vehicle and individual visible.
Okay. And how do you have those noted on this slide from camera 4?
With the arrows.
Okay. And the individual that you see, where is he located that you have the slide? Just describe it for the record.
On the right side.
The right side of what?
Well, we have an arrow pointing to a vehicle on the left side of this image, and then an individual walking on the right side.
Okay. And he's walking on the right side. What are you referring to?
Frame right.
Okay. And this, can you see my cursor there, sir?
Yes,
And that is what residence?
that is 719 Fulton Street.
Let me go to the next slide. What are you noting in this slide, sir?
Vehicle backing up,
Okay. What time is this at?
3:14 a.m.
And is that noted on your timeline that you prepared?
Yes,
What are you noting on our next slide here?
the vehicle turning frame left,
And onto what road?
East Avenue.
Okay. What are you noting here at this slide? 3:14 a.m.
Individual and visible.
And what are you noting at this slide?
Vehicle moving frame left.
Okay. And that's on East Avenue again?
Yes,
This is a camera view from camera 3 from 714 Fultz.
yes, 714 Fulton Street.
Okay. What are you noting here on this slide, sir?
Liquid visible.
Where is this camera?
That is on 719 Fulton Street.
Okay. And how do you have the liquid noted here on this slide, sir?
With an arrow.
What do you see here next?
Individual or an object.
Okay. What time is this at?
3:15, 12 a.m.
And this is from Channel 4 from 719 Fultz.
Yes,
What are you showing here, sir, on this slide?
flames visible.
Okay. What about this slide? Can you tell the jury what you're looking at here?
Individual moving frame left.
This is once again from camera 4 from 714 Fultz.
Yes,
Okay. And back to this slide here, you have the arrow pointed at what?
flames visible.
Okay. Excuse me. Okay. Now, is this attempt here noted on your timeline?
Yes,
Okay. And as you watch it, where does this individual go looking at this next slide?
towards the left.
Okay. And he's running towards, this would be East Avenue back here, is that right? sir?
Correct, yes.
Okay. You're noting the individual using what?
An arrow.
Okay, the red arrow. All right. At some point, do we lose sight of him when you watch this?
Yes,
Now, Mr. Barkhurst, I'd like to go back to this slide here.
Which slide is that?
This is going to be slide 50. On slide 50, Mr. Barkhurst, you have an individual holding object. Can you tell what the individual is wearing?
just
Objection.
You can testify as to what you see.
Overruled.
something with long sleeves and a hood on top.
Okay. Can you talk to the jury about, based on your experience as a video analyst, what we have to be cautious of when it comes to colors and different things like that when you're watching a video of this nature?
With infrared, there's what's called an infrared. It's in black and white. There are some times where something dark could appear bright and something bright could appear dark. It really depends on the fabric.
Okay. Okay. All right. Next, Mr. Barkhurst, I'm going to like to reference you back to slide 54 of your narrative presentation. Can you tell the jury what you're looking at in this slide?
Vehicle moving frame left.
Okay. And what do you see here in this photo, sir? Slide 55?
Vehicle moving frame left.
That's at what time?
3:15 a.m.
And this is coming from camera 3 from 714 Fultz.
Yes.
Now, in slide would be 56, can you tell the jury what you have noted here in this slide?
Movement visible.
Where is the movement visible?
Under where the arrow is.
Okay. And in relation to this map that you have behind you, where is that?
That is behind 1374 Hillcrest.
Okay. Our next slide here, sir, what are you noting here with your arrow?
Movement visible.
This slide at 3:20 a.m., can you tell the jury what you note here?
Light visible.
Okay, and where is that light visible at?
Underneath the arrow.
All right, but in what residence?
At 1374 Hillcrest.
Okay, is that noted on your timeline?
Yes.
And what time does the light become visible when you watch the video, sir?
At 3:20.
Okay. Just to go back, did you note on your timeline the movement on the side of this residence?
Yes.
Okay. Our next slide, can you tell the jury what you're noting here at 3:20 a.m.?
A light is no longer visible.
At what residence?
At 1374 Hillcrest.
Okay, and what are we noting here in this slide?
Light is visible.
Okay, and where is that light visible?
At 1374 Hillcrest.
Where at 1374 Hillcrest do you see the light coming from?
At the door.
Okay, and why is that?
Objection.
Overrule as to the form of the question. I mean, sustained as to the form of the question.
Thank you, Judge. What are we seeing here at the door, Mr. Barkhurst? What are you seeing?
Light.
Okay, and what is the door made of?
I don't know.
Okay. Is this noted on your timeline at 3:20 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. What are we noting here at this next slide at 3:20 a.m.?
Light is no longer visible.
Okay. And the light on the door that we previously saw is no longer visible now. Fair.
The light's no longer visible that you saw in the previous frame.
Right? Next, at 3:21 a.m., can you tell the jury what we're looking at in this slide?
Light is visible.
And where is that light coming from?
1374 Hillcrest Street.
Is this noted on your timeline?
Yes.
Okay. At 3:21 a.m., we see the light at 1374 Hillcrest. What are you noting here on this slide?
Movement visible.
What do you mean by movement visible? What are you trying to describe there?
There's movement in that house.
Okay, so you can see movement going on in the house.
Yes.
And this next slide, what are you noting here, sir?
The light is no longer visible.
Can I lock the check?
No, I got a hand.
Okay, that's at 3:21 a.m.
Yes.
Next at this next slide, what are you noting here?
Vehicle moving frame left.
All right. And this is from camera 4 from 714 Fultz.
Yes.
It's going in what direction, sir?
Frame left.
And it's going towards what street?
East Avenue.
What about this slide? Tell us what you're noting here.
Vehicle moving frame right.
And this is from what camera and what house?
Camera 4 from 719 Fultz Street.
Okay. What are you showing here at 3:23 a.m.?
Vehicle turning frame right.
And this series of slides starts at 3:25 a.m. Mr. Barkhurst, can you tell the first thing that you're noting with, I guess you have marked number 1. What are you noting here?
Vehicle moving frame right.
Okay. And that vehicle is on East Avenue?
Yes.
What are you noting here with slide 2? Or, excuse
Light.
me, number 2.
A light.
Okay. Light on a vehicle located where?
In between 1374 Hillcrest and 1370 Hillcrest.
Okay. Reflective light.
From IR, yes.
Next, at this slide, what are you noting here, sir, with your arrow?
No light.
All right. And is that noted on your time line at 3:25 a.m.?
Correct.
Okay. What are you noting here at this slide?
Light.
Okay. And what do we start to see here from camera 4 at 714 Fultz?
A vehicle turning onto street.
Okay. This is at what time?
325.
All right. And you note this in later activity, but this is noted on your timeline too, right? The vehicle turning on to Fultz.
Yes.
Mr. Barkhurst, tell the jury what you're starting to note here in this next slide.
Number 1, movement visible. Number 2, vehicle backing up.
Okay. And our next slide, tell the jury what you're noting here with your arrow.
Individual moving frame right.
Okay. And this next slide here, what are you showing here, sir, with your arrow?
Visual moving frame right.
Okay. And this arrow of this individual is located between 719 Fultz and that next house next to it. Is that fair, sir?
Yes.
Is that noted on your timeline, him walking down Fultz and going in that area?
Yes.
Next, can you describe what you're showing to the jury here in this slide?
Vehicle lights turning off.
And at this slide, can you tell the jury what you are noting here?
Container being squeezed.
Okay. And what time is that at?
3:26:06 a.m.
Is this noted on your timeline, sir?
Yes.
What are we seeing here in this frame?
Flange visible.
At what time?
3:26:09.
What about this slide? What are you showing?
Container being squeezed.
Okay. What else do you see on the side of the house?
Flames.
This is from 719 Fultz, Channel 4. Is that fair, sir?
Yes.
What are you showing here on our next slide here, sir, from camera 4 of 714 Fultz?
Individual moving frame left.
Okay. This next slide?
Individual moving frame left.
And he's running on Fultz Avenue, or the individual is running on Fultz Avenue.
Correct.
This slide? This next slide.
Individual moving frame left.
And this is at what time?
3:26 a.m.
This is noted on your timeline?
Yes.
What are you noting here in this next slide, sir?
Vehicle turn lights on.
Okay, is this noted on your timeline?
Yes.
What do you notice here, sir, at 3:26 a.m.?
Vehicle turns frame left.
And it's turning onto what road?
East Avenue.
What did you note here at 3:27 a.m., sir?
Vehicle moving frame left.
Okay, so it's on East Avenue.
Yes.
And what do you start to notice here in this next slide?
Movement visible.
Okay, and it's visible on the side of what location?
1374 Hillcrest Street.
At what time?
3:27 a.m.
All right, and that's noted on your timeline.
Yes.
What do we see in this next slide, sir, with your red arrow?
Where the movement is.
Okay. What do we see at this next slide?
Light visible.
Okay, and where is the light visible?
Underneath the arrow.
Okay, of what building?
1374 Hillcrest Street.
Is that noted on your timeline?
Yes.
At what time?
3:28 a.m.
What are you seeing in this next slide here?
Light not visible.
Okay. We're back to, looks like camera 4 from 714 Fultz. Mr. Barkhurst, can you tell the jury what we're looking at here?
Vehicle moving frame left.
All right. And what time is that at?
3:28 a.m.
What are you noting here at 3:29 a.m., sir?
Vehicle turning frame left.
And is this vehicle, it's turning on what street there?
That will be Hillcrest Street.
Okay. What are you noting here, sir?
Vehicle backing up.
All right. And that's at what time?
3:29 a.m.
Okay. And once again, from camera 4 of 714 Fultz, what are you noting?
Vehicle moving frame right.
It's going back down Fultz towards Height, is that fair?
Yes.
All right, at 3:33 a.m., tell the jury what you're noting here in this slide.
Light visible.
Where?
In between 1374 Hillcrest and 1370 Hillcrest.
Okay, and that's at what second of 3:33 a.m.?
Second 8.
Okay. What do we see at second 9?
Light not visible.
Okay. You're noting that with your arrow again?
Yes.
And at second 10, what do you see again, sir?
Light visible.
Is this tail light darkening and becoming light again noted on your timeline, States Exhibit 87?
Yes.
Okay. Our next slide is back to the camera 4 from 714 Fultz. Can you tell the jury what you're noting here?
Movement visible.
Okay, and where is that movement visible on what street?
Full Street.
Okay, and you have it noted with the arrow?
Yes.
Our next slide, what do you see, sir?
Individual moving frame right.
Okay. And the next slide, what are you noting here with your arrow?
Individual moving frame right.
Okay. And he's this individual is once again in the driveway of where?
719 Full Street, there's an individual in the driveway.
Okay, so he's in between those two residences, between 719 Fultz and the neighboring residence, the individual.
The individual is, yes.
Okay. This walking down Full Street, this individual at 3:33 a.m., is that noted on your timeline?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Is this walking down Fultz, is that individual walking on Fultz noted on your timeline at 3:33 a.m.?
Yes.
Next, sir, I'd like to draw you to this slide. Just so the record's clear, what camera is this coming from?
That's Channel 4 from 719 Full Street.
And what do you see?
An individual.
Okay, and where is it, the individual standing?
By the porch.
Okay. Our next slide, can you tell the jury what you're showing here?
Individual next to flames.
Okay. And this is at what time?
3:34:20 a.m.
Okay. Is that noted on your timeline, State's Exhibit 87?
Yes.
This next slide, can you tell the jury what they're looking at here?
Individual moving frame right.
And this is at what time?
3:34:21 a.m.
When you look at this photograph, sir, what do you notice about the color of this person's pants?
Again, it appears a light tone, but again, this is infrared, so it could be dark.
Okay. Does the tone of the pants appear to be the same as the tone of the shirt that the person's wearing?
I don't see a shirt.
Coat?
It's similar on this image.
Okay.
Again, there's no color. It's a black and white image.
Okay. What does the individual appear to have on his head, from what you can see? And this image here, sir. Next, I'd like to draw your attention to this slide. It's back to camera 3 from 714 Fultz. What are you showing here?
Light.
Okay. And where is the light coming from?
In between 1374 Hillcrest and 1370 Hillcrest.
Reflective light.
Yes.
That's at what time?
3:34 a.m.
What are we showing here? Then that was, excuse me, second. What second is that in your slide that you noted?
On the timestamp in the video there, it's second 37.
All right. And what do you note here in your next slide, second 38?
There's no light.
Okay. At second 39, what do you see?
Light.
Okay. What are we showing here at 3:40 a.m., Mr. Barkhurst?
Movement.
Okay. When you watch the video, you see movement on the side of the house there that's on fire?
Behind the house.
Yeah, okay. That house is 719 Fultz?
Yes.
Finally, this slide here, 3:42 a.m. Can you tell the jury what you're noting here?
The vehicle's visible in the driveway.
Okay. And this is at what time?
3:42 a.m.
Okay. Now back up a little bit on your timeline, State's Exhibit number 87. Were you given information as to the time a 911 call was made?
Yes.
And tell the jury about that.
I was provided a 911 call. There's a time on the call that states the start time.
And what was that time?
3:39 a.m.
What are you noting here at 3:44 a.m., sir?
The fire engine arrival time.
And what are you finally noting here on slide 115, sir?
Alarm monitor panel armed away on 4/18/2016, 6:03 a.m.
Okay. And that's from the alarm.com records?
Correct.
Okay. Now, Mr. Barkhurst, I'd like to show you which you previously spoke about, you conducted a video presentation.
Yes.
And I'd like to bring up State's Exhibit number 66. Sir, I'm here at the title, it looks like the title slide here. Can you describe for the jury what we're looking at?
The beginning of my video presentation.
Okay. Okay. All right. So this is is this a fair, have you watched this video presentation prior to coming into court today, Mr. Barkhurst?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of the video presentation that you prepared for this case and incident on April 18th of 2016?
Yes.
Mr. Barkhurst, I'm going to pause it right here. Here you have noted no relevant activity observed from approximately 4:18, 16, 12:26 to 12:40 a.m. Do you see this portion of your video presentation?
Yes.
Describe for the jury what you mean when you note no relevant activity.
So that would be like repeating vehicles that could be the same vehicles, movement around where the fire occurred. And
Were you going to say something else, sir?
no, that's it.
Okay.
ladies and gentlemen, before Mr. Riley cross-examines Mr. Barkhurst, we're going to go ahead and take our afternoon break. Remember the admonition I previously given you about this case. It's important that you be fair and attentive throughout the trial. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. This includes family, friends, and the media. You must not post or read anything about this case on the internet or any other electronic device, including cell phones. Any such discussion, if discovered, could lead to a mistrial and would severely compromise the party's right to a fair trial. Do not permit anyone to discuss this case with you or in your presence. And again, do not form or express any opinion on this case until it's finally been submitted to you. Pass your packets of 80 through 86 to the end. And those of you in the back, just when you come up, hand them to Mr. Masich. And then you'll leave your notepads upside down on your chairs. And if any of you need additional notepads, let the court know. We'll get you some additional ones. Yellow pads, I mean. All right, so it is 2:25. If you'll be back in the jury room at 2:40, we'll begin the cross-examination.
All rise, please.
They used one of those.
The Summit County Court of Common Pleas is again in session. The Honorable Christine Croce presiding.
Thank you. You may be seated. Okay, Mr. Riley, you may proceed with your cross-examination.
Your Honor, good afternoon, Mr. Barkhurst. You know me, you know I'm Scott Riley. We've met before. We've talked on occasion, correct?
Is my mic on? Okay,
It's still running, so you have to speak right into it.
okay.
So I think we'll all agree the lawyers at the table aren't as technologically savvy as you are. So I'm going to ask you some questions about your testimony, your evaluations, and some of the scientific forensic things that you've done. And if I get a technical term wrong or am mistaken in my belief, let me know right away, okay?
Okay.
Because I think everybody agrees in terms of forensics, you're smarter at computers than we are. Fair enough?
Okay.
Okay. But first I want to ask you a question. You, when did you go out to the scene? And when I say the scene, I mean the area of 719 Fultz.
It was in 2017, a few days after the fire in 2017.
All right, so you did not go out there at all for the 2016 incident, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. When you were out there in 2017, how long were you there?
Couple hours, a few hours.
And were you there with other law enforcement, other members of the fire marshal's office,
Yes,
other members of the Akron Police Department,
with the fire department.
the Akron Fire Department?
Correct.
All right. How long do you think you spent out at the scene on that day?
Maybe around 2 or 3 hours.
Other than that 2 or 3 hours that you spent in 2017, have you been to that neighborhood since?
Yes.
And when was that?
Maybe around 2 years ago.
And what part of the scene did you go to 2 years ago?
714 Fultz and also Fultz Street.
All right, so I believe we have marked as this exhibit here is State's Exhibit number 13. You recognize that map, correct? I should say, do you recognize that map?
Is it a zoomed in version of the Google Earth?
Well, I'm just asking you to recognize the neighborhood. I don't know where it was taken. I didn't make it. This is Mr. D'Angelo's exhibit, but
Okay, yes.
let me ask you, so maybe you see here that this is Fultz Street, correct?
Correct.
And this is Hillcrest, correct?
Correct.
And Height Street runs up and down here. I believe that's in a north-south fashion, correct?
Correct.
And then Russell Avenue runs along here, correct?
Correct.
And the part that we don't see is where Russell Avenue meets East Avenue, correct?
Correct.
And you know that Russell Avenue does, in fact, continue off the page here and intersects with East Avenue, correct?
I'd have to look at a wider shot, but it's cut off there.
Right. From your recollection of being at the scene, do you have any recollection that East Avenue does, in fact, intersect with Russell Avenue?
Okay. So you can tell them it exists.
Right.
So for the record, the state of Ohio is stipulating that
Russell Avenue and East Avenue connect at a point in the lower left-hand portion of State's Exhibit 13, which is not depicted on the map. Did I get that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We can agree on that, right?
Okay, I understand, yes.
All right, so when you were out at the scene, where did you direct your activities? Just to 714 Fultz?
Yes, and also on the side of 1370, I was on the street there, and I saw where 719 Fulton Street was.
All right. So other than walking the neighborhood and making observations, did you do anything else? In other words, did you take any pictures? Did you take any video? Did you collect any samples? Anything like that?
I took photos.
We talk about you testified regarding a truck that you made observations of going up and down Fultz Avenue. You recall that testimony, correct?
Yes,
And I believe you said at one point in time, the vehicle was traveling up Fultz towards East Avenue, correct?
correct,
And then at other times, the vehicle was heading down Fultz Avenue towards Height, correct?
correct,
And you would agree with me, wouldn't you, that a vehicle that was on Height and Fultz, right at the bend there, could travel up to East Avenue without going down Fultz Street, correct?
correct,
It could drive down Height to Russell, up Russell to East Avenue, and then East Avenue could turn right, could turn left, correct?
correct,
And the video that you made mention of wouldn't have covered any of that, correct?
correct, correct,
So it's fair to say that a vehicle that was at the intersection of Fultz and Height could proceed just as easily up Russell Avenue to East Avenue as it could up Fultz to East Avenue, correct?
Calls for speculation, sustained.
If a vehicle were to travel from Fultz to Height to Russell, the videos that you made reference to would not have captured that activity, correct?
correct.
When did you go to the Circle K that was mentioned?
I did not go to the Circle K.
All right, so you've never been to the Circle K.
I've never been to the Circle K.
Would you agree with me that through the course of your investigation in this matter, you have never examined a DVR hard drive or DVR recording device that was located at 730 Fultz Street?
Can you give me the address again, please?
730 Fultz.
No.
And when it comes to 714 Fultz, at least in 2016, you never examined a hard drive to that machine either, correct?
Correct.
I believe you stated that you utilized 3 CDs or 3 discs of information, correct?
Correct.
And are you aware that the CDs were copied from a flash drive, which was copied from a hard drive?
No.
All right. So if Detective Hall had testified previously that she downloaded from the hard drive at 714 Fultz data and then transferred that data from a flash drive to a CD, you did not know that, correct?
Correct.
You did examine the hard drive, though, of the DVR unit from 719 Fultz, correct?
Correct.
And in that examination, would you agree with me that the first images that you found on that DVR went back to October of 2015.
It was around that. It's several months prior.
Again, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. You and I had an occasion a couple hours ago to talk about a DVR examiner report. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that is the report that your computer program generates when you're downloading the information from the DVR itself, correct?
Correct.
And there was some confusion, and you helped me clear it up. There were two reports that were done, at least on the DVR at 719 faults, correct?
Correct.
And one of the reports, although both reports were generated at the same time and had different report numbers, one of the reports had an error on it, correct?
Correct.
And I think you and I figured out that it just didn't download the thumbnails of the video, correct?
That's why I believe that error is, yes.
Okay. And I'm just going to show you for your recollection to refresh it if you could. Copy the DVR export report that we talked about, correct?
Correct.
And I believe at the bottom right side it talks about earliest clip, correct?
Correct.
And the earliest clip that was discovered on that DVR was from October 3rd of 2015, correct?
Correct.
And the latest clip was April 18th of 2016, correct?
Correct.
When you began your examination of the CDs that were the copies of the copy of the hard drive from 714 faults, if I'm reading your report correctly, you established a hash value for those videos, correct?
Correct.
When you got those CDs and the files that contain the videos, it did not come with a hash value, correct?
Correct.
And for the jury, and correct me if I'm wrong, a hash value is sort of the DNA of a video file, correct?
Yes, I'd like to refer to it as a fingerprint for a digital file.
And it's important to have a hash value because you know that the copy is an exact copy of the original, correct?
Correct.
And without the hash value, there's no way to determine if in fact the copy is an exact copy, correct?
If you hash the thumb drive, the files on the thumb drive, and then hash the files on the disk, you could find out.
But without that, you couldn't, correct?
Correct.
Will you agree with me that when you are making a copy, sometimes data is left off that copy, correct?
It can happen, yes.
And I think you and I first met a couple years ago in the prosecutor's office with an external hard drive, and I couldn't get some files to work. Do you recall that? We met in Mr. D'Angelo's office?
Yes.
And my notes reflect that the conversation we had is one of the files on the hard drive was corrupted. Do you remember that?
There was issues playing it back.
And so we got a second hard drive. Is that fair?
Fair, yes.
Okay. A mirror image of a hard drive, I believe you call it a forensic copy, correct?
Correct.
And that is, well, it's what it is. It's you make a complete copy of the actual hard drive, correct?
Correct.
And then you, as a forensic analyst, work off of that forensic image, not the original, correct?
Correct.
Because every time you go to operate the original, something on the hard drive can change, correct?
If it's in the video recorder, yes.
Because digital recordings, computer language, it's nothing but a bunch of ones and zeros, correct?
Yes.
All right. Angela, do you have exhibit 35? Mr. Barkhurst, I'm going to show you exhibit 35 for a minute. You previously identified that. Do you recall that?
Yes.
That appears to be a sealed envelope, and your initials don't appear to be on it anywhere. How do we know that that's exactly what you looked at?
We can open it up and see if my initials are on the disc.
Okay. And you would put them on, actually on the desk?
Yes, typically, yeah.
Okay. That's all I have, Judge.
Any redirect, Mr. D'Angelo?
Yes, I'll have 1 minute. Mr. Barkhurst, I just have a couple of questions. These boards that are in front of you, did you have a chance to look at these boards? I think they're big poster boards that are marked for identification purposes, States Exhibit 80 through 87.
Yes.
Okay, and are these identical copies to the timeline that you had in this packet here?
Yes.
Mr. Riley asked you about meeting in my office, and you provided, later provided a hard drive copy or a terabyte hard drive copy of all the video in this case. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. And you provided Mr. Riley with one of those?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Riley had asked you about how you don't use the original. Traditionally, you'll analyze the copies or download from the original. Is that fair?
What's submitted to us.
Submitted to you. Okay. And although you may copy something or download something from, I don't know, a burnt out DVR system, can you still analyze those particular files?
Yes.
Even though they're copied from the original?
Yes.
The changes that you may see here or there, when you, from the copy, how significant are they?
Are you referring to a copy from the USB drive to the CDs?
Sure.
I've never seen the video off the USB drive.
Okay. When you just generally copy something from one medium to the next, can you see changes?
Typically, just from copying, unless there's an issue with the copying or computer, the copies typically come out, from my experience, correct.
Okay. I have 1 minute, Judge. Judge, I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Okay, all right, Mr. Barkhurst, that concludes your testimony for today. My understanding is you are coming back in a couple, probably next week, I believe. So I will advise you that you're not to talk with anyone about the status of your testimony here today. If you meet with the prosecutors in anticipation of your testimony going forward, that's fine, but no discussion about what you've testified so far to. Understand?
I understand.
Thank you. You're excused. And then you could call your next witness, please.
Judge, can we go to the sidebar real quick?
Sure.
call Detective Tanisha Stewart. Oh, thanks. Thank you, Joe. I think all of us.
No, no.
Okay, all right, David, no video of this detective. Who can, oh, I don't know, I didn't ask him. Always, or he's usually listening, so if he's listening, find out if he got your audiovisual part of it. Ken? He's got a first jacket. He's got a first jacket on. Mm-hmm. Did you get one?
Yes.
Okay, here you go. Yes,
Thank you, Judge.
sure. You need a marker too.
Yes, please.
I have those two.
Thank you, Ken.
Thank you. You might as well bring it in here while we're waiting. Or never mind.
Oh, thank you. No, I left that there.
Yep, you're right there. Put your stuff down and then, raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Go ahead and have a seat. Once you're seated and comfortable, please remove your mask, keep your voice up, speak into the microphone, and you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Ma'am, can you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record, please?
Tanisha Stewart, Tanisha Ann Stewart, S-T-E-W-A-R-T.
And where are you currently employed, Ms. Stewart?
If I still have a job with them, with the Cleveland Clinic Rehabilitation Hospital,
What do you do for them?
registered nurse.
Okay. And at some point, were you employed by the Akron Police Department?
Yes.
And in what capacity?
Finally, as a detective.
And for how long were you a police officer?
I was a police officer. I retired at 25 years.
25 years. Okay. And then you became a nurse.
Yes.
How long have you been a nurse?
It's only been about a year.
Okay. When did you officially retire from the Akron Police Department?
November 30th, 2019.
Were all your years as a police officer with the Akron Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. Now, before you joined the Akron Police Department, did you serve in the armed forces?
In the U.S. Army, yes.
And how long?
4 years.
Detective Stewart, when you were employed with the Akron Police Department, can you tell the jury what divisions you were assigned to as a police officer?
Most of my time was in the patrol division. And during that time in the patrol division, I also had dual duties with the honor guard for a stint, a hostage negotiator, crisis intervention, a mentoring program, and then I went the last, 7, 8 years up to the Detective Bureau. Part of that time was in major crimes or crimes against persons, and the other part, while I was finishing nursing school, was in property crimes.
What were your duties in the Crimes Against Persons unit?
Crimes against persons. You investigate any crime against a person. Rape, robbery, felonious assault, murder.
What type of training did you undergo as a police officer that enabled you to work in that division of the Akron Police Department?
Well, the training experience that you have in patrol, because patrol gets to every call first. Also, I got a certification through OPATA as a certified criminal investigator, and then plenty of on-the-job training with my peers and supervisors.
Detective Stewart, I'd like to draw your attention to April 18th of 2016. Do you recall that date?
Yes,
Were you working in your capacity as a detective in the Crimes Against Persons unit of the Akron Police Department on that date?
yes,
And what shift were you working?
midnights.
And what's midnight? What's the midnight shift?
Roughly. Was it 10:30 to 6:30 or 7 to 11, somewhere in there?
Okay. Did you have a partner or did you work with anyone when you worked
The whole
there?
team worked cohesively as a unit.
How many people were part of the team?
There were about, I would say, six detectives, supervisor, a couple of sergeants, or lieutenant.
All worked together to
Yes.
assist when something happened? Okay. Now, Detective Stewart, did you have a chance to respond to Fultz Avenue in the city of Akron on April 18th of 2016?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what address you responded to?
There was a fire call that was dispatched out at 719 Falls,
All right. And that's located in what city, county, and state?
Akron, Ohio, Summit County.
All right. You said there was a fire reported there. Tell the jury why you had to respond.
It was later discovered or learned that there were potential victims that had died in that fire.
What time did you arrive there at 719 Fultz or that neighborhood, if you recall?
I would have to look at my report for that, but it would have been in that 4 o'clock in the morning hour. But I would need to refer to my report for the exact time.
Okay. When you arrived, can you tell the jury what the first thing you did, or what was the first thing you observed?
And this is like 6 years ago. There were already a plethora of personnel out there, fire and police, potential witnesses that were out there. And so I was directed to different people who may have been good potential witnesses, ear or eye witnesses to speak to first.
Who was giving you that information as to where to go and who to speak with?
Some from patrol, supervisors, but also my own direct supervisor, Sergeant Lickey.
Okay. And so Sergeant Lickey, was he there with you?
Yes, he was also on the scene.
All right. And next to you, you have that computer screen. Do you see that, ma'am?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as previously identified and marked as State's Exhibit number 32. Do you see that photograph of that individual there, sir or ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know who that individual is?
I believe that is Nicholas Costa.
All right. And did you speak with him on that date?
I did.
Okay. And do you know where it was that he lived?
He lived directly next door. If you're looking at 719, he was directly to the left of that, which will be west, I believe.
Okay.
Water, may I take a?
Sure.
Ma'am, I'm going to show you two photographs marked for identification purposes of State's Exhibit 33 and 34. Can you please take a minute to look through those two photographs? You're done?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to put them on the document camera. State's Exhibit number 33. Detective Stewart. Do you see an individual there in that photograph marked State's Exhibit 33?
Yes.
And then State's Exhibit 34, do you see that another, or do you see an individual in that photograph?
Yes.
Okay, and were you able to identify during the course of your investigation who that was?
That's who I know to be the neighbor, Mr. Costas.
Okay. At some point, did you speak with a man by the name of Thomas Hughley?
Yes.
All right, and I'm showing on the document camera a photograph that's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 24. Do you recognize that individual?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury who that is?
That was one of the basement tenants, Mr. Hughley.
Okay. And where did you speak with him at?
I spoke with him initially in the fire rig, the ambulance rig.
Okay. And what was he doing in the ambulance?
He had been rendered aid, first of all, because he had taken a little bit of smoke. And so once they rendered him, safe enough to speak to and stable, then I interviewed him.
Okay. And without telling us what he said, did he talk to you about what he saw, what he remembered there that night?
Yes.
All right. And did he, without telling us what he said, did he talk to you about the relationships of the parties of different people in the neighborhood and people at 719 Fultz?
Yes.
Did you talk to him about his relationship with the defendant, Stanley Ford?
Yes.
Now, after you spoke with, do you know where Mr. Hughley is now?
It's my understanding he's deceased.
At some point, did you go to 714 Fultz?
Yes.
And do you know who lived at 714 Fultz?
He was referred to as two things. Informally as Chucky Pool by a couple of people, but I know him as Chester Williams.
Okay. I'm showing on the document camera an exhibit that has previously been marked and identified as States Exhibit 25. Do you recognize that individual, ma'am?
Yes, that's Mr. Chester.
Okay, that's Mr. Chester Williams.
Yes.
And where did you speak with him?
In his house.
And why were you speaking with Mr. Williams in his house?
I was alerted to the fact that he had surveillance camera.
Okay, he had a surveillance camera on his house.
On his house.
Okay. And when you spoke with him, can you describe his demeanor for the jury?
Concerned and cautious.
Okay. What do you mean by that?
He was concerned about whether we would be seen talking to other neighbors because he didn't want any potential retaliation, for talking to the police.
Okay. Did you, without telling us what he said, did you speak with him about the dynamics and the relationship between the neighbors in the neighborhood?
Yes.
Did you speak with him specifically about the folks at 719 Fultz and their relationship with the defendant, Stanley Ford?
Yes.
Now, Detective Stewart, that video at 714 Fultz, did you have a chance to view it right then and there, or tell us about that?
No, I did not get a chance to view any video right then or there from anywhere. I got that later.
Okay. You viewed that video later on?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have a chance to go look for other video in other locations in and around the neighborhood?
Yes.
Tell the jury where you went.
Well, the immediate houses that were around on Fultz and also Hillcrest. Also, there were businesses on East Avenue. So I believe we checked the daycare. They didn't have any video that depicted out front. A couple of churches, Fred's Diner. There was a lawnmower shop over there on East Avenue somewhere. There was a charities organization, and then Circle K. Off the top of my head, that's what I remember.
By Fred's Diner, are you referring to Bob's Hamburg?
Might be. Yes, I am.
Fred's Diner's on the other side of
Now,
Akron.
you're right. They are over on home. You are right. They make a mean omelet.
Okay.
They do.
All right, Detective Stewart, I'd like to talk to you now about some witnesses that you had a chance to interview. How many witnesses approximately would you say you interviewed during the course of your investigation into this fire?
Approximately, a dozen.
Okay. And did you speak to a man by the name of Ronald Garrett?
Yes.
And where did you learn that he lived?
He too was a tenant in the basement with Mr. Hughley
Okay.
at 719 Fultz.
All right. Do you know if he had items in the basement there?
Yes.
And how was he, what was his demeanor when you spoke with him?
I couldn't quite get a grasp on him.
Why do you say that?
In my professional opinion, it seemed that there were things that were being omitted or left out,
Okay.
or maybe a bit of evasiveness.
And what was his emotional state when you spoke with him?
He was upset.
And what do you mean by upset?
I believe at one point in the interview, you know, when he was recalling some of Lindell and his, you know, childhood and past memories, he was, you know, moved to tears. But yeah, he had a roller coaster of emotions.
Did you notice any noticeable disabilities on him?
Not noticeable, but he told me he was legally blind.
Okay. Did you speak to a man by Gregory Lewis?
Yes.
Who's Gregory Lewis?
The deceased Lindell Lewis's brother.
All right. Is Mr. Lewis still alive? Do you know that?
I believe he's also deceased.
Did you speak with a witness by the name of Tiffany Gary?
Yes.
And what was her relationship to your investigation in this case?
She was a neighbor, and she afforded a little background information on neighborhood dynamics.
Okay. She was there at the scene that night too, is that fair?
That morning?
Yes.
Yes, I believe I interviewed her as well in that ambulance rig.
Did you speak with an individual by the name of Jonald McLemore?
Yes.
And who is Jonald McLemore?
He was referred to as John McLemore or Little Mac. He was a previous tenant and longtime friend of the deceased.
Okay. And during your investigation of him, did you have some suspicions about Mr. McLemore?
Yes.
Tell the jury why.
It was, I believe it was the brother and also another witness that I spoke to that alerted me to him possibly setting a van of Lindell's on fire in the past and was upset about some money.
Okay. And did you speak with him about those things?
Yes.
So you learned that he had some issues with Mr. Lewis, Lindell Lewis.
Yes.
Were you able to learn during the course of your investigation what the status of their relationship was at the time of the fire or right around that time period?
At the time of the fire, it was understood that they were amicable.
Can we approach?
Sure.
Okay, Mr. D'Angelo, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Miss, or Detective Stewart, did you speak with a lady by the name of Francine Lewis?
Yes.
And what was her relationship to Lindell Lewis?
His ex-wife.
Okay. Did you speak with a individual by the name of William Pryor?
Yes.
And what was his relationship with Francine Lewis?
That was her longtime boyfriend.
Okay. Did you know if Francine Lewis was still married to Lindell Lewis?
They were divorced.
Okay. Now, at this point in your investigation, after you had spoken to all these witnesses at the scene and then all these, sort of background witnesses, who did you want to speak with next?
Well, I want to speak to everyone.
Yeah.
But including on that day, if we're still talking about that day, before I left that scene, I spoke to Mr. Ford.
Okay. And do you see Mr. Ford in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you please point to him and describe what he's wearing for the record, please?
He is over to my right with, I believe it's a tan long sleeve shirt, pants, black shoes, and a face mask.
And that was based on information that you had obtained from all these witnesses that led you to want to speak with him?
Yeah, while I was out there initially, his name came up a few times.
Okay. Now, you said, how many times did you spoke to him that night or roughly that morning?
I spoke to him that morning.
On
Yes.
April 18th of 2016?
Yes,
And then did you speak to him again another time?
yes.
And when was that?
Spoke to him a couple of times. I believe it was the same evening I came back and circled back around. But then I did have a telephone conversation with him that's also articulated in my report. And I believe that was a couple of months later.
Okay. Okay, ma'am, I'm going to play for you just the beginning portions of what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit number 103.
Ladies and gentlemen, before you start to listen to these exhibits, I want to explain to you, I made some rulings regarding some things that were contained in those exhibits, maybe one or two of them. If there's a pause or it appears that maybe something was cut out, it's because I've ruled that part of it inadmissible. So I don't want you to think that anybody has tampered with these statements. It was just based on a previous ruling that I made concerning those tapes and what I deemed admissible. Understand? Yes, by raise of hand? Thank you. Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Oh, hold on. Detective Stewart, after listening to those few seconds of State's Exhibit 103, do you hear any voices you recognize?
My own.
Okay. And where was it that you, is this a recording of the interview that you conducted with the defendant
Yes,
on April 18th of 2016?
yes.
And where did you conduct this interview?
At his side door of his residence.
And what residence was that?
1370 Hillcrest at Fultz.
There appears to be a lot of background noise. Tell the jury what that's from.
Emergency vehicles,
Okay, fire trucks, things like that.
yes.
Okay. And initially, do you continue to speak with him at the side door?
Yes,
Tell the jury why.
that's where he wanted to speak. He didn't want to go in or come out. So he
Okay.
wanted to speak there and we did.
All right.
Stanley Ford. Can you say something about some more doors that you know? Oh, yeah, there were a lot of people. I didn't know in and out of the I think like 3 in the morning. I see police officers driving turning this girl over. I'm 3 in the morning. I don't know her name. How long was that? About a couple weeks ago. And you like to before, you know? I don't know what she was saying over there, but I never, like I said, I never affiliated with them, you know. We try not to bother anybody. There's a lot of people up here, and they like they don't want to be bothered, so, you know, I just feel I fall right in the group, not to be bothered with. Well, how long have you lived here? I've been up here about 30 years. Okay. Yeah. Did you ever have any problems with anybody here with? Any arguments or anything? Oh, sometimes people go to my grass, right? You know, they want to drink, they want to leave one of time, I guess. I need to get a little something that's not even home there. Let me understand something. I'm not there, you know. So sometimes it don't go too well, you know. It's like I got a neighbor that I know, it's smart. He said, you don't need grass, come up here. You want to cut your grass and you're telling them to get mad. I said, no, stuff like that is crazy, man. So I just went out about it, you know, 'cause I don't want no trouble. You know, I used to get people in this recently, guys pulled and parked in my driveway. I heard another boom. They were up the party, I got called the police, but by the time the police got here, it was like 2 in the morning. It's crazy, man. What kind of stuff did you realize something was wrong? Oh, I just saw it. I didn't know, you know, like, I did not feel it. Was you suffering? How at home last night working for you? Well, I was down there, you know. I was working out, and I was kind of big a little bit. And, so, my wife was mad, you know, like, well, need to be in the bathroom, bedroom, hall. And then, so you said you didn't get up when you told Jane, she gonna look out?
I really don't know because we like still with the stern, we get there very early. Because we have to get up early.
Right. I remember you, but like everybody else came on out, you look out the window.
Got to get on
When
with
you gonna look out?
She went to take a shower. I didn't look out. I didn't look out because I know, I just always go on. I didn't know.
You understand that we're talking to everybody when you live on this?
She told me that, but I mean,
You just seem awful nervous when you call us talking to you.
I'm not nervous. I mean, you don't take that way after talking. I mean, I'm like,
I'm just trying to tell you we're talking to everybody in the neighborhood.
I mean, she told me that. She told me that. I'm not nervous. I'm answering the best I can. I mean, I don't know the right answer.
No, I'm just saying, you just seem a little nervous. I just want to make sure you understood that we're talking to everybody. I'm not saying you out.
I'm not nervous. I'm talking to you.
I'm just trying to make you comfortable, so. That's not what
She mentioned that, but I don't really got to Jared like I did. You understand? I don't want that either.
No, I didn't know.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm asking everybody like, people like, who is that actually irrigation?
Who's like the irrigation?
But like, we asked everybody like, you know, did you go out, like, you said he came out, his wife did, the other person, they came out, somebody else came down, you had to see what they saw.
Oh, yeah, you know, that's what people come out. You know?
Some people look out, some people come
Yeah,
out.
but I'm the type of person, I don't come out because I don't know what's going on. I don't know what people's into.
You don't look out.
I looked out later on, I saw you guys out here. Yeah.
Now, did your wife look out? Or
I don't even know if she looked out or not. I don't know if she looked out.
She left the bedroom when you were.
Oh, but she has to get up early in the morning, take a shower, and then you gotta do that.
So we're not understanding.
I mean, I can't answer all these questions like you want me to. I wish I could. I wish I had all the answers. And I wish I would have saw someone over here. Because I mean, that's devastation. I wish that on anyone.
Now, who do you think over here might have had the problem with somebody or who do you think that's about?
I don't know, the guys, man, they probably some everybody. I don't know their names. I haven't been having stuff running with some everybody up here.
Now, which one's that?
That whole house, man, that's all they do. Why they move out here? This guy came up on his street, and he told one of them guys, he said, if you turn around my house over like that, he took off running. That was time. So I don't know, listen. Yeah, we saw it running. We saw it running up there. Now, the dude was chasing. I don't know, listen, like I said, I don't know what they had to do. But once I sit here and watch them, how they perform in the neighborhood, I didn't want to socialize with them. You know what I'm saying? And I guess I put it to you like that. I did. No, I don't trust people, man. You know, I don't trust people anymore, you know?
Now, they say his car got set on fire or something.
Oh, at that time, at that time, I think when that happened, it was, you guys ever heard of Lorenzo? Just walking around there, breaking in garages, homes, stealing stuff. Getting in and out of jail, and they just let it go. It's like, you know what I'm talking about? Everybody got to know. Everybody I'm telling them. So Lorenzo used to bring a lot of stuff. They used to buy a lot of hot stuff. I know that for a fact. You know, he used to sit outside. So I told my wife, I said, some kind of house to sit outside and see what's going on. You know, I got tired of it, because I'm not interested. You know, he's trying to sell me some stuff. Well, sometimes you can't always, you know, sometimes you can listen to them, sometimes you can't always get and see what's going on all the time. It's just like I get cars, that happens to like the first one, I get all kinds of cars up there. I get up there, they gone. You know what I'm saying? What the heck is going on? My wife was saying
like everybody on a different side of the
Right,
street.
right.
So it's like if it was you woke up dead in your house, you want us to be
Oh, yeah. I would want something else too, yeah. But I tell you, one year, Tommy got rid of my mom's house. I worked for the Beacon Journal.
Now, your mom used to stay here, so
Well, she got in 08. I was devastated, you know what I mean?
from here?
No, next door.
Next door, okay.
Yeah, but they paid for the one, but I let it go. Yeah, I didn't do it. You know, because my wife always says, the hell is good. She says, it's easy because you got it off. And I listened to her. You know what I mean? When I was, I don't know if I've been married. I don't know if I've lived at that back then. You know what I'm saying? But when I got married, I got 2 kids. You got to sacrifice yourself to take care of your kids. That's what I'm doing now. I can try to bother nobody. Yeah, the first time I've been married. I'm like, that's good. You know what I'm saying? No arguments, no domestic violence, no police calls. It's beautiful, you know what I mean? If I didn't know that was, if I could have had a good one when I was younger, you know what I'm saying? But, well, yeah. Don't do that. You know what I'm saying?
You got anything else you need to go on?
No,
Like any other neighborhood dynamics?
no, but I'm gonna tell you something about it. When I see stuff going on over there, I call the police. Sometimes they don't want to call 911. And sometimes you need to call 911. You know what I mean? Just like the house over there. They was pulling us, not the other people are getting in the car. They was pulling us out. I just called every police because that was an emergency. Because sometimes if you let somebody call 911 for the wrong thing, that's the crazy part. But see, that's like a robbery to me. You know, they robbing the house. You know what I mean? So they should have been 911. I don't know if they're okay. Crazy stuff going on, bro. A lot of people up here, though. You know, they're back. They bring a lot of weed. You know, it's kind of hard. Look at it, you know. I mean, I was I just party. I don't do it. Oh, yeah, that's all right. Yeah.
I'm trying to contact your wife. I can't get her on the phone. Just call me back. I think I'll talk to her. I'm trying to get everything.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, I was trying to party because they were with my family. I don't want to stay concerned.
Anything you think of her hospital is negative, I would love to do.
Oh, okay, no doubt. No doubt. One of the guys, of course, didn't get a good person. Well, I was harassing them. You got with this ball over there. Yeah, it actually let me know. You know, because I brought him to school. You know, he said, he was harassing them. I said, dude. He said, yeah, I was harassing them.
You think it's harassment today or before?
He said, it's somebody, some girls over there. I don't even know them like that.
They said you harassed them?
Yeah.
What's the first that?
I don't know. I didn't see that because I don't see no reason to do anything. For what? I know.
Have you guys had something?
No, I didn't know. I didn't know.
Have you ever had work with them?
I never had a word like that.
What argument?
Well, yeah, what time did I get?
How long was that?
That was like 22.
I'm saying nothing here is the
No, I don't bother. Listen, they scare. They used to, I could be on the side. I like to read. I could put my eyes out here and still walk up the street. They don't wait. They don't wait to look back. People don't wait.
Right.
I never wait because I don't want to. I don't know. I don't want to associate with you.
Right.
You know, there's some people get offended with that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't get offended with that. If I saw you in there really, but you know way back, I would never wait that you. That's why, you know what I'm saying? Well, that means you don't want me to wait back. You don't want to be bothered. Respect. No, that's what respect. Yeah. You respect that. Yeah.
So, just to be clear, you said you had nothing to do with anything else in 2010.
I ain't had nothing to do with it.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
I tried to.
Take care now. All right, they work out, you said. All right. I'm going to get up what you want. I'm gonna contact you now. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Now, Detective Stewart, that interview was difficult to hear because of the engines in the back. So at one point, we hear Sergeant Litke. Who was with you when you conducted this interview?
Sergeant Scott Lickey.
Okay. He mentions something about the defendant's demeanor. Did you notice anything about the defendant's demeanor when you spoke with him?
I did.
And what did you notice?
He seemed nervous.
Okay. And at one point in the interview, he says that there was a man that said that he was harassing him, that the defendant was harassing the man. Do you recall that part of the interview?
Yes.
Do you recall the physical description that he gave of that man?
A bald head guy.
Do you know the victim in this case, Lindell Lewis?
Yes.
Do you know if he had any hair?
He was, at the time that he died, he was bald headed.
Detective Stewart, you said you interviewed the defendant a second time, this time by phone?
Yes.
All right. And that phone call was recorded?
Yes.
I'm going to play, Judge, just the beginning portions of State's Exhibit 104A for the jury.
Oh, what is that, Mr. Ford?
Detective Stewart, do you recognize the voices there on this call?
Yes.
All right. And who are they and what is this this call here?
My own voice and Mr. Ford.
Okay, so this is the recorded call?
Yes.
Do you know when you made that call? If you don't, that's okay.
I believe it was July of 2016.
Okay.
But I would have to double check my report.
All right.
Yeah, I was calling to follow up with you about the fire across the street. A couple of things. Well, one major thing is, keeps coming up. Because of the tumultuous history that, you and the people in Lindell's house had, everybody is thinking you, right?
No, I never heard that, Tanisha.
Oh, yeah, that's the running thing. So much so that I'm concerned that, people may want to take things into their own hands.
Tanisha, listen to me once again. I do not mess with these people up here. Them guys try to get me to go and engage with them. Them guys was nasty. They had prostitutes in and out all night. They was dealing with homosexuality.
Right. Where did you get that from?
What you mean where I get it from? They was on the porch. That's why they messed with them.
You said it was doing
Come on, I'm doing everything going over there. I mean, the way you get the flip burner, y'all have so scared. I thought that's going to just take me and lock me up. Y'all checked up, man. Hey, yeah, I mean, that's some serious stuff. I'm trying to be good and do good.
Mr. Ford,
Yes.
when did we have you checked up?
I mean, you was on one side, he was on one side. It's okay. But anyway, no,
I only talked to you at your side door.
I know, it's okay.
We didn't take you anywhere. You weren't in any car. You weren't.
I know.
We didn't talk to you at your side door.
Those people was just bad people. I didn't do nothing to those people. Those people were just mean. I'm listening here. When they moved up here, Tanisha, they stole everything that wasn't voted down. They stole everything from people. Everything.
Well, let me ask you this, because you already told me that you were at home that night, right?
All right, yeah.
But like I said, it's not that I don't believe you, but this is the problem that I have, is that people around there and the family only know of you guys' arguments and stuff back and forth. That's all they know.
Argument? Why not argument? I just,
Somebody said that you were arguing with Jeannie that Sunday.
I didn't argue with no Jimmy.
That's what everybody's saying, that you and Jeannie were arguing outside. And
No, I didn't argue with Jimmy. I don't even know her. I mean, she just probably can understand. She was married to people down there in Winston-Salem. I thought I was back out, I was in Winston-Salem some years back. I heard her talk. I thought I was down there with James Brown's property, you know what I mean?
What? Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm serious. I'm serious.
I mean, like, what about her had you feeling that way?
Well, she was drunk. On the weekend, they get drunk. They're just drunk. You can't understand what I'm saying. I can tell her what did you hear? She said, I heard that they just drunk.
I mean, but did house now, or the house is next door?
No, nobody said I take care of it for the family. I take care of it for my mom because, when she was dying, she asked me to take the house out. So I took Beacon Journal. Beacon Journal people gave me a job, doing the papers. I took that for 3 years to pay it off.
Or you still do that with them?
No, I wish I could, because it was weak.
When did you stop?
I believe, let's see what year was that. I can't keep up with the years, Hey, what year was that? I quit with the Beacon, I probably gone to 2010, somewhere around there.
Is it 2010?
Yeah. I was a good group of people. It was like a family,
Right.
Yeah, it was real good people, man. After a while,
Well, Mr. Ford, this is my concern. Is that how to make people believe that it wasn't you.
I'm telling you, you listen to me. You either take my word or you don't. That's all I'm saying. You're accusing me of doing the bad. I didn't do that. I didn't do that.
Right.
I didn't look at them people. I didn't bother me.
But I didn't hear anybody accuse you of burning up the van. I think they knew who burned up the van. It was somebody else. So no, you're not the only person, but it's just that because your name, you and the tenants, whether somebody comes and breaks something or try to break in your house, and then they had some windows broken, all they know, and it wasn't just them saying that. Some of the neighbors around there are saying that, hey, we just know that they, the guy across the street and Lindell's tenants didn't get along, and that's what everybody in the neighborhood is saying. Everybody's bringing that up.
So, you send these people involved with me, and you kind of like believe in them.
No, let me say again.
Yeah.
It's not that I believe them, it's what I can tell them to make them believe that it wasn't you.
Oh.
It's not that I believe them. What I'm saying is, if your name keeps coming up and they're believing, and I haven't arrested anyone else. So all people know is for some years, you guys weren't the best of friends.
No.
So if you guys weren't the best of friends.
I never knew them, so we could have never been friends. And I didn't care for none of them, right? So I would have never been their friends,
Right. And that's
I don't trust people that much anymore, so I would have never been their friends because of those standards that I have now. They used to get pissed off because I wouldn't let them come out the grass, but tell you about stuff to drinks and smoke and get to my crack and stuff. That's all that was about, you know what I mean?
Well, I'm just saying that what people perceive. I'm not saying what it was. I'm saying
That's always perceive that because it's like this, Tanisha. When you don't tell people, about your daily life, what you do in your life, people don't like that. They get mad at you.
Well, like I said, people, what they saw, was arguments between the two of you. That's what they, let's slow it down for a second.
Yeah.
Everybody.
One guy over there, on the street, he wanted to see how long my kids were.
Okay, well, let me say that.
Still have kids, I'm doing a lot of good things with them too. They're doing a lot of things for us, and I just do a lot of stuff, but I didn't have anything to do with that, and I don't even know why the neighbors would tell that kind of policy on me, you know what I mean?
Well, that's just people's perception. If you guys just have bad relationships.
They should have told you the truth, that, you don't bother nobody, that's what they should have told you.
They can't help how they see it.
Well, I don't know. I can't even say they feel like that. Like I said, they whoever you talk to is lying. You know what I mean? Basically, actually, that's my words about what's going on. Because I never got involved with none of them people. None of them.
Okay.
I didn't know them like that. I don't know the family or anything of that nature. So
are you understanding what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying. I understand exactly what you said, but I don't understand how they feel that I have beef with you because we used to go and come on our own free will and bother nobody. So I don't see where the beef. I don't see where I have beef with anybody up here.
Well, I'm just as long as you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I don't know where the misunderstanding may have come from, but it exists. That viewpoint is out there. So I want to do something to dispel that viewpoint.
Well, you tell my talking Mr. Ford, you said it wrong.
And you think that's gonna work?
Oh, that work.
It won't work. No, that won't work.
Well, you know.
That's not gonna work. You need something a little more convincing than that.
Detective Tanisha, listen.
prove it. I have to prove it. That would still be a belief on my part. I have to prove that. So there's only a few ways I can prove that. If you were in your house and in your bed, you're not in front of a camera somewhere saying, hey, he was elsewhere. You were on that street, across the street. So no matter what I believe, I can't prove that. I can't prove that you didn't come out of your house and go across the street. I can't prove that. But, you know, so short of that, the only thing I have, because my word is not enough. If my word was enough, 2 other homicides would already be solved. Because I have a belief about who did another homicide, but I can't prove it.
Right.
It comes down to proving. My word, I wish my word was enough, but it's not.
Oh, I got you.
So I'm just looking for some proof to dispel and calm some people's beliefs and their feelings. I just want to do that.
Well, why do you feel that?
I don't know how. I wasn't on the
She was outside towards me. I was outside towards them. I understand that.
Let me say this. I'm coming after the fact. So I don't know what was going on in that street and who said what to whom and who looked there. I don't know. All I know is several people, had the impression that there was bad blood between the 2 households. But I don't know how it got that way. I don't know where that belief came. I just know that belief is in existence. And I'd like to do something to dispel that because I don't want to see someone, you know, take the law in their own hands and they're wrong. But by the time they're wrong, something's happened with you or your family.
I understand that.
So,
I don't even know his family.
yeah. Your name has come up about 20 times.
Oh, well, yeah, I don't know why my name come up. Man, you know.
Because after somebody tells somebody about an argument, then they tell the next person, they'll call another family member, and oh, they had an argument, didn't they tell? So it spreads like that.
Yeah, but I never had an argument with them.
I don't know why, but they're saying that you and Jeannie had or Gloria, Miss Hart, you guys had an argument that Sunday.
That is a lie.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Whoever telling you that, they could be the one just trying to like shift the. But no, I didn't have no argument with Jeannie. What would I argue with Jeannie for? I mean,
I don't know. I'm just letting you know it.
I don't even know Jeannie. To argue with Jeannie.
What I'm just letting you know is whether it's truth or fact, rumors are dangerous. Rumors can be very dangerous, especially when you get a lot of feelings.
You know what I mean? Haters will spread rumors and get you jammed up. That's why I'm not bothered much with people.
So when rumors and hurt feelings mix, they're not really good. So I desperately would like to do something to end that.
Yeah.
So.
I'm being pursued because there's rumors out here about.
You see, you used the word pursued. Who's pursuing you?
Well, you have to agree.
No, I'm not.
You do your job.
I have not banged on your door.
No.
I have called you to ask if you're willing to dispel this rumor. It's different from pursue.
Okay.
Much different from pursue.
All right. I use the wrong word. I'm sort of tired. You know, like a morning person.
Yeah.
I'll be out at night. You know, it's just dangerous out there at night. You know.
Yeah.
Nightlife is dangerous, man. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you for calling me back. I greatly appreciate it. And hopefully at 11:10 it's not too late for you to get some good sleep.
Oh, yeah. It's kind of late because, you know, we get up early and do things and we try to get in at appropriate time to get back up the next day to do some more things.
All righty.
Yeah.
All righty. Well, I will look forward to hearing from you by Friday.
This Friday? That's tomorrow.
No, it's Wednesday, right?
Oh, yeah, tomorrow. It's Thursday.
Well, you know, by Monday. How about Monday?
Okay, all right, let me see what I can do, Tanisha.
All righty.
Okay, but those are like lies this morning. Oh, seriously.
Like I said, it's not about what I believe. It's about what other people believe and what they'll do about their beliefs.
Oh,
And that's what it's coming down to. It's what they believe in and what they'll do based on their beliefs.
okay, but I did not have an argument with somebody. Matter of fact, I don't even argue with ladies, you know what I mean? I don't even put my hands on it. I don't argue with females for what?
All righty.
You know, I have no reason. But anyway, okay, I get a hold of somebody, see what's going on with me.
Okay, all right, thank you so much.
For calling.
All
right, bye.
Okay, Detective Stewart, at this point in your investigation, did you do anything in addition after you spoke with the defendant?
That's a very vague question.
Yeah, sure. What did you do next to try to determine who started this fire?
Again, there's time gaps in there between
Okay.
April and July. With reviewing video, talking to other family members, potential witnesses, neighbors, follow-up interviews, cell phone tower information, just follow wherever the leads went.
Okay. From different witnesses, different things, you were just following leads, doing your work, and then that interview occurred in July?
Yes.
Okay. And at this point, did you feel that you had enough information or evidence to arrest anyone?
No.
Okay. And can you tell the jury why?
There were two things. The totality of the circumstances and preponderance of the evidence. There was not enough against anyone.
Yeah, as to the legal
terms, so.
Okay.
If you can phrase it in your perspective, so the objection sustained, as to the legal conclusion.
Okay. There was not enough evidence against anyone that I felt would hold up for a probable cause warrant for arrest for anyone for that crime.
Okay. And so certainly did you have suspects?
Yes.
Was the defendant one of your suspects?
Yes.
Mr. McLemore, was he a suspect?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Garrett, was he a suspect?
Yes.
Miss Lewis, was she a suspect?
Yes.
During the course of your investigation and speaking with the witnesses, how would you describe the people that were hanging out there at 719 Fultz at Lindell Lewis's house?
Could you say that one more time?
How would you describe that crowd that was hanging out there based on all the witnesses that you had spoken with?
Based on the witnesses, it sounded like it was a house that they like to sit outside, maybe have some drinks or something, chit chat on the porch, but it sounded like it was a house that he had several tenants they like to hang outside.
Yeah. Now, the second fire occurs in May of 2017. Were you made aware of that?
Yes.
And were you made aware of where that fire occurred?
Say that one more time.
Do you know where that second fire occurred, that second house fire?
The second house fire was further down on Falls.
Okay. If I told you it was 693 Fultz, would you have any reason to disagree with that?
I wouldn't disagree.
Okay. And that was in May of 2017?
Yes.
And who is the primary detective assigned to that investigation?
Detective Looney.
Okay, and you're pointing to this man here?
Yes.
With the bald head? Okay. And did you work with Detective Looney on his case and your case after that fire in May of 2017?
We did have some crossover in our investigations.
Okay, and what types of crossover? Describe that for the jury. What did you do?
One, we had a lot of, I wouldn't say a lot, that's mischaracterization, but a fair amount of conversation about some of the overlaps in the case, some information that he had gleaned from some neighbors, also looking at video, and also some of the verbiage that was used in my interview with the defendant and his.
Okay, so it's sort of similar.
Yes.
And you said that you had watched video of your incident back in April of 2016, correct?
Yes.
And where was that primarily from, that video?
Say that one more time.
Where was the video from that you observed and watched in 2016, back when you did that initially?
Oh, in 2016, it was from two separate places. It was from the decedent's house and also from across the street from Mr. Chester Williams' house.
Okay. And after the May of 2017 fire, did you go back and look at that video footage again?
Yes.
Okay. And did you notice things that were different?
Yes. I noticed things that did not illuminate themselves to me initially.
What types of things?
Motion in the driveway, lights illuminating inside the house, at 1374 Hillcrest. Those things I did not see in my initial review of the video.
In your initial investigation in April 2016, did you even know the significance of 1374 Hillcrest?
I didn't appreciate the full significance of it, no.
Okay. At that time, in April 2016, did you go get a search warrant for 1374 Hillcrest?
No.
Did you know that there were alarm codes associated with 1374 Hillcrest?
No.
After the second fire in May of 2017, Detective Stewart, were you able to learn what the defendant's feelings were towards that family that lived at 693 Fultz?
You said before or after?
After the fire in May of 2017, were you able to learn what the defendant's feelings were for that family at the second fire location?
Yes. Okay, Mr. D'Angelo.
We'll withdraw that question, Judge.
Okay. Well, that will be withdrawn. You will not answer, Detective. Thank you. President Nurse.
We'll call you RN.
Tanisha will do it. All right.
I got 1 minute, Your Honor. Miss, or Detective Stewart, excuse me, you had identified the defendant in this case, Stanley Ford, as someone who you had spoke with at the side of the house there on April 18th of 2016, and you spoke with on the phone on July 6th of 2016. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
And you pointed to this man over here, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant in this case. And I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
All righty. Thank you, Norman. Let's do that. Yeah. What is that, Mr. Reese, Judge? I think you're going to want to use the black book again.
All right.
Let's see how.
And I think you need to come aside.
I think it's. Oh, never mind. It's awesome.
Here would be great. If we could walk by when we need.
Everybody needs.
Push that other side all the way down. There you go. All right.
ladies and gentlemen, it's 10 after 4. We were talking at sidebar timing-wise, only because we believe the cross-examination and possibly the redirect of this detective will go past 5 o'clock. And so in an effort to kind of keep us on time, we're going to break here. I'm going to give Detective Stewart some admonitions about her testimony. And then we'll pick it up with Mr. Gorman's cross-examination of her in the morning. What I want to know, because we made some modifications for tomorrow, for juror number 7, who's not here now, can everybody be here at 9 o'clock tomorrow? By a show of hands. Mr. Lovelace, you just want to sleep in. It's not that you can't be. No, do you have something? Tell me if you do. What time? All right. Can you be here at 9 then? Or can you cancel that and reschedule it? Yes? I mean, I know it's important. In this day and age, haircuts are very important, right? Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate your accommodating the court, and then this way we can stay on schedule for tomorrow. So if you'll be in the jury room at about 5 to 9, we'll start promptly at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Remember I almost forgot. Remember the admonition I've given you in all breaks. It's important that you be fair and attentive throughout the trial. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Do not permit anyone to discuss it in your presence. Do not talk about it with your family, friends, or the media. You must not post or read anything about this case, whether on the internet or including any device and your cell phones. If discovered, such discussions could lead to a mistrial and severely compromise the party's right to a fair trial. Do not permit anyone to discuss it with you or in your presence, and again, do not form or express an opinion on this case until it's finally been submitted to you. So we're going to adjourn for the night, and we will see you tomorrow morning at 9.
All rise, please. You don't have space down on your seats.
You'll remain under oath through the evening. Do not discuss the state of your testimony or what you've testified to so far, and you may not speak to anybody about your testimony until you are concluded tomorrow. Understand?
Yes.
All right, thank you. We're adjourned.